Morning, Suraj Singh. National anthem first. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता, जम्मू कश्मीर हिमाचल पंजाब हरियाणा राजस्थान दिल्ली उत्तर प्रदेश उत्तराखंड बिहार गुजरात मध्य द्राविड़ आंध्र तेलंगाना केरला कर्नाटका उत्तरांचल उत्तर पूर्व गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा तावी सरस्वती कृष्णा ब्रह्मपुत्रा उच्छल काहे तब जयो गाथा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा गाहे तब जयो गाथा, भारत सर्वधर्म नागरिक भारत विधाता, जनगण मंगल नायक जयो हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता, जयो हे जयो हे जयो हे जयो 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 हे, जय भारत वंदे मातरम। सुजलम सुफलम मलया शीतलम सहस्या श्यामलम मातरम वंदे मातरम, जय भारत जय संविधान। My friends, this is my own revised contents of national anthem of our country, because real national anthem is defective. Defective in a sense, it contains Sindh which is not our part. To be very frank, Sindh is a part, geographical portion of Pakistan, and I cannot salute that. I cannot honor that as our part. So I have depleted that word Sindh, and there are only 4 states mentioned in our national anthem: Punjab, Maratha, Gujarat, etc. Why should we accept only these few? I have included generally all states which are now we having. So we have to rethink on this. And also in first line itself we say Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. What does it mean? We have to understand that also. Jan Gan Man Adhinayak Jayo He, Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. Who is Bharat here and who is Bhagya Vidhata here? This is not clear. So we have to add into this our constitution, our Bharat ka Samvidhan, which is responsible for everybody, and we are responsible for it because we designed this constitution for ourselves. So this constitution, Bharat Samvidhan, is working for us. This constitution is deciding my rights and your rights and everybody's right. This is charter for everybody. That is why I am saying this is related to our fortune, present fortune and future fortune. So I have used term Bharat Samvidhan, Bharat Bhagya Vidhata. So number 1, I have deleted Sindh and I have added Bharat Samvidhan and also names of states, because every state has got a right to be honored. It's not only Gujarat, Maratha, Punjab, Bengal, etc. Why only they should get respect? Okay, that time situation was different in 1947 and pre-1947. Now we are free. We have been free for more than 70 years. We have to respect everybody, every state, and we have not to respect sin. So I have taken out sin. It's my draft and I am using this. I shall be using this, and no one can ask me no, because our national anthem is dated one. Well, it's just for information. And now coming back to my own daily talk about project management. I started it earlier because it takes more time for explanation, and this is professional talk for public. This is not just a political talk or some news. This takes some time, and I am very grateful to those people who can listen to for so many hours, because it's very tiring, it's very boring, but it is reality of life that you have to change. You have to change, but we are not used to change. I have experienced this very well. I am also dealing with general public on you can say video calls, or you may say otherwise. This is for project management, but also in general about constitution of this country, or you can say political affairs of this country. It's not politics. Just don't be confused. I am not talking about politics. I am talking about political relations, because it's not necessary that you should be in politics to help your nation. You can help your nation by many ways: by improving your society, by improving your education system, by improving quality in life, or by forcing our political leaders to do right job, which has been missed since 1947. We have not been able to force our these so elected representatives whom we elect, but actually we don't elect them, and they know it very well. We are just giving votes to them and nothing else. We are not holding their necks, holding their threats, holding their heads, and force them do for us or kick them out. That phrase, that formula, we are not applying in our life, and result is that today, 2020, we are a broken country. We are a damaged and drastically misoperated governance in this country. Today's talk is not regarding that, but I'm just advising you that we have to do something in that direction. I talk to many people, particularly those who are educated, but I find educated people are in fact uneducated to an extent our state of affairs in politics is concerned. In fact, you can blankly say, blindly say, plainly say, we are a sleeping society, a society that does not bother about future, a society that does not bother about present, a society that just wants to move easy, just like easy going, without any cross-sectional problems on way. Why I'm saying cross-sectional problems? Because when you move on certain way, you will find many cross sections on that route. In engineering language, we call them sections. So on those sections, there are varying details, and we are responsible for those details because we never understand what is our duty towards our nation, towards our society, towards our systems. We behave as if we are slaves to these leaders, to this. We never understand our system. That is what I wanted to explain to people, but people cannot understand because their minds are not open. It is same thing as public does not understand requirement of quality, complete behavior in their lives. They compromise everywhere, and those who are able to advertise very well, they are impressed by their advertisements and buy their products without knowing whether or not these products conform to quality or to quality specifications. They do not bother. They only know after that product is used, and then no problem, it's only so many units or rupees. That's not an answer. You are paying or you are not paying, even you are getting free, that is immaterial. Question arises: what is given on package or what is given on advertisement must be delivered, and if that is not delivered, this is called stealing, this is called cheating, this is called misrepresentation, or you can say malpractice in business, in commerce, in trade, and ultimately it is product of engineering. Whatever you buy in market, somewhere it is related to either science or to engineering. Even you buy a soap, it is related to scientific formula, or you buy a small cycle or motorcycle, it applies to that also. I I heard news about Europe that They are changing their policy for future because it is also related to quality. They are going to redraw their future policy about products because of pollution, because of augmenting pollution. Currently, pollution of air, which is augmenting with rapid speed, accelerating speed day by day. So far, what used to happen? These gadgets, mobiles, or you can say smartphones, your small equipments or appliances like kettle, electric kettle, or fridge, or washing machine, or whatsoever products where you can say material related to pollution is involved. So far, it was not cared upon, and they used to throw after a few years of use. For example, you buy a mobile used for 2 years or 3 years and then condemn it because it cannot be repaired or it can be replaced, or that material cannot be recycled. So they are now very scared about that because they have a pool up of plastic waste, and it's not going to be treated or taken care of by those people, European people who consider themselves great scientists. They are unable to handle this. Sometimes they used to send this waste to Indonesia from their ports, or to Philippines, or somewhere else where there was possibility of cycling it or treating it or decomposing it, though it's not possible. So there have been war-like situations between these countries, and now they have come to understand that they cannot handle it, because you cannot dump your material, your waste in other ports. Others, it's not, it is not socially acceptable, nationally and internationally acceptable. Means you cannot consider another country as dumping yard, and nobody will accept this. What they have done, they are going up to by 2030 that they have to decide, change designs of these products. They are going to change it to an extent that first, life of that product you have to increase. You are going to use such materials, such parts, such contents of that material that it should, you maybe double life. Battery, you care of other parts, means you have to produce in a manner that double its life, and then do not throw it, repair it, make in such a way that it can be repaired and repaired successfully. Well, it's a good thing for us because we are very good repair country, and we can take benefit of that because we have millions of people who can learn such thing. We can't expect those people because those labor rates are very high. Well, that's the economical part. But they say repair it, don't throw it. Or you make to such a way that recycle economy applies. Economy, it's called circular economy. Word is used. Circular economy means your product should not be destroyed, it should be recirculated, it should be reprocessed. Now they are thinking in 2020. So far they had been sleeping because of cost of repair, cost of services were too high in those countries. Well, when water has gone up your nose and eyes, that time only you want to protect from being drowned. So now they are being drowned by nature. So they are thinking, well, it's good, at least now they are thinking. But when shall we think? When shall other countries think? That's point of view. They are Europeans. They don't sleep like us. Of course, they also sleep. But we permanently sleep. We are from clans of Kumbhakarna. We can never get up until we are beaten badly. This is our nature. Until we are properly beaten with a stick and with stones, our heads are hammered, we are treated like donkeys, we cannot understand where do we situate ourselves, where do we stand, locate. That is our mother nature, that is our born nature, that we are a king society, we are Nawab society. We want to stay that way, as somebody would come and serve me. If I want a glass of water, some servant would come and serve me. We are of that nature because we are kings, everybody is king. Well, I am coming back to discussion because this was related to quality, that they are going to alter their quality in Europe by 2030. So you will find different type of economies. Repair work shall increase in future. Designs of these gadgets would change. They are not interested in destroying these products, and which is one way good also. This shall impact upon various other national economies. Our people may get job if they are interested. They, because we are good in repairs, so we may get jobs for our youth. Which jobs? Either youth go there or jobs come here as outsourced. That may happen in future. It's going to work like that because we are not original creators. We are survive. We are surveyors. We can serve them. We can do service to others. This is our blood. Well, now coming back to management again. Project management. This was just for your support. I explained to you because it's difficult to explain in other video. I was continuing yesterday about quality management, project management. Project management comprises of quantity management, quality management, in between sandwiched planning management, material management, other managements which are supportive managements, but delivery is for quantity and quality, combination of both. If these are not combined, then your product is nothing but rubbish. If you are supplying quantity, it must serve its intended purpose on the reliability basis, not only on material basis. This material must be produced complying with all those standards which are required, and added standards means which may give additional benefit to customer. That is far away from our profile because we are not able to comply with quality first. Safety is one part, but safety is also a part of project management. But I have talked at length about safety in many chapters, in many videos, whose URLs I will put on this. Maybe I forgot to put now, no problem. At end, I shall put all URLs of what we are talking about. That mistake maybe I have done, I'll correct that one. Because in hurry, I just started talking to you. I will do that after video is over. This is regarding project management. It is going to support nation if we all combine together to help to support management on construction, because construction involves around 70% of budget of governments, public, and everywhere. If we do not do this, we miss something. Actually, we miss everything, because every citizen is directly or indirectly linked with this item, construction item. It may be road, it may be footpath, it may be your home, it may be government project, it may be private project, water line, sewer line, canals, water resources, reservoirs. Wherever you go, you will find that somewhere it works. If it doesn't work, you will find bad products. You have spent money, but you are not getting in return what was expected of you. That is where we lapse. Lapse very well. That point we have to check. Quality means not simply testing something. It's not that. If we simply test something, no, that is not quality alone. That is a part of quality. If I am a body, my body from head, skull to feet to toe, if one part doesn't work there, I am called defective. Or if one part is sick, is not in working order, I feel some pain. That applies to every system because my body itself is a system. My home is a system. Railway track is a system. Train itself is a system. Flight is a system. Everywhere there is a combination of various technologies and various factors which result into a system that performs well, that performs according to intended purpose of that product. That is what I am talking about. Quality means quality of system, of defined system, design system. If any any point in that chain does not work, that system fails. If one line wire or overhead line breaks, that phase goes out. So whole system is broken. That's what we are not directly affected because we do not understand as public what is given to us. We cannot understand that. We can only say some engineer is, they have stolen something, they have taken some bribe, like that. We just pass it and dissolve at that point. Problem resolved. We don't care further. We never have any will to talk further and take that defective case to responsible person, because leave it, we will see in future. At that, we are so kind, so merciful to that thief who has taken my quality away from me. That is general reaction. Nobody bothers. Okay, let us see who has time, who can do this, all that. Okay, you don't have time. You are very busy people, very busy citizens, and your country is reaching top level in the world, so you have no time. Congratulations. Don't do anything for you. Somebody from foreign country or somebody from other planets would come to help you people, because that is what you think. Keep thinking. Such society I am calling sleeping society. We are neither awakened, we are neither awakened and aware, and we are never serious. If we get it, fine, and if we don't get, no problem, leave it. What to do? Because we have many facilities by nature, and by our own country we have human resources, not very expensive. We have materials, not very expensive. We have technology, of course, not very expensive. So we have everything with us. We don't value all these factors. We don't value human resource, materials, no problem. Let it be destroyed, let it be waste, no. We throw some food away, no problem. It is our common culture. In fact, we are very rich, you can say. This is England, this is America. They struggle in their life, or we never struggled, because we were given everything. For example, when we were slaves, we were happy. Slaves of British or slaves of Mughals or whoever, we were very happy, no problem. Let them enjoy. Somebody came and helped us, and we got independence. After that, okay, no problem. Let them enjoy. So we are not serious. If we are not serious for our nation, we are not serious for our own home, how can we be serious for quality? That's very part of something. So kind we are. But remember, this is not helpful in future. You miss quality everywhere, not only in construction. You miss quality in your working environment, in your offices. You miss quality in schools where you teach, or where your child learns. It affects everywhere. You are not finding teachers of that caliber which used to be before, and you are not getting children of that caliber which used to pick up knowledge. Now students are also not that much dedicated and devoted, hungry to get knowledge. They are using keys or solved questions, understanding them, remembering them, or you can say memorizing them, and pass through. 95% students study like that. And if you talk to those very high profile engineers who just come out of universities, I am surprised to see their knowledge back. And same thing for doctors. Means we have a profile, we want to get that profile only, not more than that. If I want to become an engineer, I must get certificate, or medical, I must get a certificate, and that is my silver lining. More than that I don't require, because I have to earn money after that. get a job, and at least bother about that. I have not seen even medicos very serious to learn more and more. Same engineers to learn more and more, and other people. We can't expect others because those syllabuses are not professionals. You can see arts or commerce, so they are not that level professionals as medico and engineers are. But we do not value engineers, ourselves we don't value. If we don't value ourselves, nobody shall value us. This is different world now that nobody will praise you without knowing you. And people are not interested in praising you because this is commercial world. You have to define yourself first. You have to certify yourself how much you know. Then you have to prove it. Only then people can understand how much you know. So this is different kind of world. Previously used to, oh, how can you praise yourself? And we used to speak a phrase, self-praise is no recommendation. It was, common phrase when I was young. Don't praise yourself because someone else should praise you. This is called social ethics in past. But now social ethic has been commercialized. If you don't praise yourself, people can't understand you know something because you are educated one. Those people who are not very educated, we are educated, and that's why we are not educated. Because we are very much educated, we are not educated. Because when everybody is educated, no one is educated. I think a blind among siffers is better than having all eyes. When we are all educated in this country, out of 140 crore people, I think 60% or 50% are well educated. Well educated means they are having either secondary school certificate or above. But if you see their knowledge, well, I can't say that education is quality one. Even it may be from best institution of our country. It's not quality one. Yes, only in their subjects they may know, but they are also expected to know more than that. General knowledge, national knowledge, social knowledge, safety knowledge, awareness, political awareness, they are all distant from that. They say, oh, why should I read this? I have no time. Yesterday I was talking to some farmer of this country on video conference. He was doing he agriculturist. He's very nice. He's agriculture. He was very good. You are working. What's the qualification? He told me MA Political Science. Well, I was impressed with that. This person is very nice. You are MA Political Science, and he was telling me hesitatingly. Why you are hesitating? Oh, no, because I don't have someone else to work with there, so I am bound to work. Why are you bound to work? You are doing agriculture, it's attractive because you are doing biggest job of this nation. If there is no agriculturist, there is no farmer, we will not get food. I think that job is better than an engineer's job. Because at least that is a minimum requirement of our survival. If there's no engineering, we can survive. But if there's no food, how can you survive? But that person spoke as if it was something very specific. Only he was feeling shy. Why do you feel shy? It is interesting that you are MA Political Science and you are doing agriculturist. What else you want? It should be admired. But I asked him, you are MA Political Science and you must have studied something about our social science, or you can say constitution of this country. Well, he was again saying, oh, I know, I studied 15 years back now. I forgot. He was lying, I know. Once you read something, how can you forget? You may not be having perfect repetition of that, but points you cannot forget. Can I forget how to eat? I eat daily. Nobody taught me. Constitution, which this is not topic, but it is our basic formula to live in. And if I don't know that, I am killing myself because somebody will kill me. This constitution says that you cannot be killed by someone else. This is what my constitution says. You have right to live. That constitution tells me. I don't need this right from someone else. This my document gives me this right, that I have fundamental right to live, to own property. to do, to speak something, to write something, to think whatever way I want to, and to worship something. Someone else does not exist in this country who has authority to give me this right, except this, my foundation document, that is Constitution. This is our quality. As if I'm talking of quality of project, quality of life. This is source of my quality, basic source. I rely upon this source to draw my powers, to draw my rights, and to dispose of my fundamental duties at the same time. You cannot just claim rights and do not dispose your duties. Both are chemically equated. If I do something for my country, I'm not doing any obligation of my country. I'm not doing any obligation of my brothers and sisters. That is my duty. In continuation to availing my rights, if I avail my rights, I have to do my duty. And it applies also to profession. If I have learned something in my career, in my education, it's not exclusive for me. I am a medium to understand that and use that. But because I am a property of this nation, like you are, living property, not dead property, my use is for nation and for world, both. Because world is also my society. It's not only this nation. Priority is this nation, but other nations are also not. Also, why I can delete those? We all live on house of earth. So my knowledge should be used by all. And my first priority is my area. So that is my duty. Money earning is something else. Everything cannot be measured to money. You cannot define unit of money as measurement one. What I do, it cannot be measured in terms of a square meter or cubic meter. It has to be measured in value. Just like we say our vote is not valued. It has no value and it has complete value. Who understands? No one understands. That's where quality is related to such. If we have quality at top, if we can create quality in top layer of a society, that quality settles down, penetrates down to bottom level. And that is what is required. That's why I'm saying project management is not that easy to be understood. It is not only construction project management, it is total project management, management of society, management of our livings, management of nation, management of politics, and management of everything. That is required. Somebody is disturbing me. Well, now I will say, yesterday I was talking about NXSL for supervision. I was talking about that. I explained a lot in that, and I think that may be clear to many. I explained many things in that regarding systems we are using in construction. And before that, again I will remind you that we work on managements based on certain authorities, certain posts. That is a system, means we devised like that internationally. And this is the one person is owner, other person is professional like engineer, and other one is a person who physically works on that. So one is called supervisor or manager, one is called contractor, and party who takes responsibility financially and otherwise, that is called promoter or owner. This triangle is there in management, and there are many other supporting factors to that. Means human resources and machines, equipment, risks, safety, quality, all that, communication. Important point, all these are defined. In every way, risks are defined, employer is defined, engineer is defined, contractor is defined. Human relations, human resources, we know workers are there, personnel are there. machines are there, material is there. But one point which is not very clear to professionals, though it is very important and is actually most significant, that is communication. Communication. Today, in developed world, in world of internet, those should be made much better. But unfortunately, this is in reverse direction. We are communicating only on personal messages. Personal messages do not count in word. I have seen Facebook, Twitter, or other media which are very powerful, LinkedIn, and many others. These are very powerful platforms, but this power has not been understood by public. They are just enjoying this power for their photographs, for their functions, birthday party, marriage party, dance party, or bad type of films. Communicating messages of useless films. You know what I'm saying. Are these platforms for this purpose? Educated people are also busy in that. When I was young, communication was very important. In those days, we used to use correspondences, writings, drafting. These were very important part of our management. Means writing itself used to take much time. Means somebody has to dictate because people didn't want to write. Then somebody had to take that writing by stenography, then convert to typing, then checking it, auditing it, and again typing. Means there was no editorial in those days, so they used to type again. So it took time, and means 2 or 3 times they used to retype it and then sign. I think it took 1 day, 2 days, 3 days for one letter to go. Just imagine. Today we just write mail in 5 minutes or 10 minutes and dispose of, send it. What a difference there is. You used to take 3 days in compiling one letter, then posting it through diary or through some courier. I mean to say by hand, diary dispatch. Time scale has changed. We can immediately send our mail and it reaches Canada or America. An answer also comes. We have so rapid communication. I can say very rapid communication. But how many percent of people are using it except those who are in business? As common person, we are abusing it. Platform of Facebook, for example, I am giving this talk. Was I able to do this in 20 years back, 15 years back, 10 years back? No, I was not able. I did not even dream that. But technology has changed this. If technology has changed this, why we are not getting benefit of this? It is because our absence of positive inclination. We are not inclined to earn this benefit. We are just inclined to destroy this benefit. Oh, you know well, there are hundreds of posts every day. Useless posts, 90% of them are useless. For nothing. No meaning of those posts, but people are wasting their time. I don't know wasting or they are getting some money from political party. That's none of our business. And these are all educated people because they are writing Hindi or English. Everybody cannot write, only educated persons can write. And you talk to them, they don't understand what they've written. What I have to say, this platform should be used for positivity. We have to use it for advancement, for communication. Communication is very important in our management of profession, where we have to record everything, we have to communicate everything in time. If communication does not reach in time to someone else to whom it is addressed, this means that information would not work if it reaches late or dated one, because that work is done. If my information reaches there after work is done, then function is finished. Whatever work was done on that communication, that is over. No use. My communication effort has gone waste. That is what I'm saying. Communication is very significant. What happens these days, rather than writing on paper or writing through mails, people are interested in mobiles. You call me, I'll answer you. My dear, I am asking you something. It is something technical, something important. Give me in writing. But they are hesitant. No, no, call me, I'll tell you. This happens everywhere. You call to service provider of your phone, you call to someone else. They will not try to give you written reply. I think this is American culture. They seldom give you written reply. They say, okay, come on, talk to me, I'll do. Only country is America that runs away from evidences. And we learned from England, we didn't learn from America in our past. So our forefathers, our previous generations were used to writing work. You can go and see records. Maybe it is Urdu language or some other language, but there are records for something. But now, no, it does not. If you ask an engineer to write something, I am sure that new engineer shall not be able to do that and forget about Medico. They never write anything. And I can't say about chartered accountant, they know because it's profession, they are forced to write. Advocates are forced to write. And judges are forced to write. Because they are forced to write, that's why they write. Engineers are not forced to write while they should write because of requirement of profession. Because whatever is in my mind, can I communicate word by word to another person? I cannot. Either I will explain redundantly, I mean to say more than required, or I will miss 50% of what I wanted to say. That's okay, come on, I forgot this. This also I want to say after. Okay, I missed you, I'm telling you this. You did not do this. Oh, I forgot to tell you, now I'm telling you. So verbatim is defective, cannot be relied upon. Yes, it can be supported with. If you send some message through writing, then you can ask him, have you understood? Did you get it? Communication means it's a medium to tell them do this. Why I was impressing on method statements, technical queries, coordination, liaison. These are certain terms on projects which are now considered as a part of project management, also a part of planning, or you can say support of planning. That communication constitutes top significance, and those who miss it miss a lot, because it requires knowledge of sentence composition, it requires knowledge of English, or if we are doing in Hindi, then I can say you cannot move any further, because world is not dependent on your language. You are dependent on communicative language, and English or some other language are communication language. I am not saying these are international languages. I am saying working languages. So as far as in our country or in many other countries, English is concerned, it is treated as working language. It's not, I'm not saying we should know Queen's English or we should know structured English, but a sort of English language that can just communicate successfully. That is what is required. I'm not saying go to grammar section, learn active and passive, learn parts of speech or learn translation. That is your choice. That is your personal requirement. If you want to improve your standard of speech and writing, you can go for that, because there is nothing wrong in learning whatever you want to learn. But minimum requirement is that working knowledge is significantly required. Means if you do not know that, you will certainly keep yourself distant from others who are advancing. You may be in meeting somewhere, Maybe it is technical meeting, or if it is progress meeting, or it is some other meeting. You are sitting among people, many people, and you lose something there. You are not able to respond constructively or aggressively. You won't be considered as an integral part of that meeting, and maybe in next meeting you are not included. This is a part of management. This is profile of management. Nothing to do with MBA or something. I'm not concerned with MBA. I don't support it. Because every day you are managing on sites, every day you are managing in offices. You are managing according to your mind, according to your capacity, according to your technical knowledge, according to your practical knowledge, according to commands. What else you want to know? You know where is the problem. You can solve that problem. So, what that author can tell me who is not on site, he never been on site, but he is the author of that book. How can I get something from that book? Well, he himself did not do that, but he is author of that book, and he is telling you do this. How is this possible? Yes, for business purpose, fine. For commerce, fine, you do what you want. But for my world, that is project management of construction, I do not recognize to include that foreign element into my world. That foreign element means for me, because that is not related to profession, that's foreigner. Like we don't include advocates onto site for managing our contracts. Who uses advocates? No one. Are we fools? Will use them? Because advocates will stop our work rather than moving it further. Because I have seen many advocates when I used to go on tendering, that I'm going to scrutinize what contract conditions have come, tender conditions have come in. We have to scrutinize our bill of quantity, our drawings, our specifications. We are also required to screen our conditions which are included with tender documents. That is completely contractual. It needs a lot of input of knowledge. So we can understand based on our experience whether these conditions are worth or superfluous or deficient, that can go against our interest, or it can go undue interest to employer. That way we have to screen that. We can screen that ourselves, being an engineer or being whatever we are, manager in company. But if you give it to advocate of any country, whatever country you can say, I'm not talking about our advocates, that will say, here you are missing comma, here you are missing bracket, here you are missing this. These types of punctuations, observations shall be given to you rather than what is intent in that condition. Do you want that type of placement in your country, in your company? Wasteful? Because that lawyer does not have any background of what we are going to do. I am not criticizing lawyer. I am criticizing this is undue inclusion of impurity of virus into my system. Why should I accept such a virus? If some comma is missing, shall it stop project or should it hold my payment? That is point that generally companies are not interested. Yes, when they are under force, there are some other issues. There are some cases they employ these guys because of procedures are different in courts, which everybody cannot do. There's some technique followed in courts in every country, which only these advocate professionals are qualified for. But as far as function is concerned, as far as work is concerned, practically or in also management is concerned on site, activities are concerned on site, day-to-day work is concerned on site, projected work is concerned on site, disputes are concerned on site. Engineers are required to handle themselves, and who cannot handle themselves, they, even if they join, they won't be successful. And I have seen engineers hesitate. They hesitate to work in office because of this reason. Why quantity surveyors have been generated in England or in some other country? This was only in reason. Quantity engineering or quantity surveying is different Of course, it is engineering qualification, but little difference only that contracts come into play. Certain portions of statutes also come into play. So they little know better to an extent contract management is concerned. But technically they become defective otherwise because they spend time on contracts and certain related statutes, claims for example, quantification, a redundant quantification, required quantification or deficient quantification, costing. Costing is job of engineering, but because these people are little better, so they are employed. So quantity surveys are generally applied according to British way or according to certain American way also. Here we use them, but our engineers do part of quantity engineering. Well, we are confused with estimation and costing, this and that. We are not well understood what actually we do. Quantity engineering or quantity engineer, of course, is civil engineer, but he has little more input and also deficiency both ways, so it equals same. Quantification is not easy job. It is very complicated and cumbersome job. You have to take measurement for each and every item on design, each and every item. There could be 100 items, there could be 150 items depending on project. It could be from, you can say, clearing site to handing out completed site. There are hundreds of engineering items that are required to be quantified, you mean to say computed for purpose of costing. That is job of estimation or take off, you can say quantification, which is not directly related to management but indirectly because it supports management, it supports bidding, it supports estimation, it supports procurement of material. Because until you know quantity, you cannot know what is quantity of materials to be included, what is power of workforce to be included, what time factor shall be required to complete this item. All those points, all those factors depend upon quantification. So quantification gives then root to planning. So quantification is related to planning and procurement, because without procurement you cannot do anything. It may be procurement of material, or it can be procurement of machines, or procurement of human resources. So procurement is very important part as communication is. I said employer, you say promoter, then engineer, and then you can say contractor, then time, then cost, then quality, then communication, then resource risks, quantification, time. All these are required in project management. Seriously, it's not simply that we take them for granted or we do our options. No, these are basic requirements we have to fulfill. And every engineer should be serious about that. If you're not serious about that, you will miss your defined target. You will miss that. If you do not consider time, cost, and quality, you cannot manage 1 minute please with this person. I'm disturbing for nothing. Hello? 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 Yes, please. Hello? 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 Wasting time for nothing. What to do with such people? For hello? Hello? Don't waste my time. Talk to me. Nonsense people. Don't understand value of time. Just in the morning and disturb me for nothing. My God, disturb me for nothing. I was concentrating on something and disturbed me. Yeah. Yes, continuing about that quantification and planning and communication, I should just suggest everybody who is in field or who is going to field or who is already there that do not consider communication is not important. It's very important. If you cannot communicate properly, you will find problems. Communication in writing or communication in speech, both are important. And don't mind to repeat if it's required. Don't mind if it is required to repeat, because sometimes somebody cannot understand what you say. I have seen many Lebanese guys I used to work, or Philistine guys in my career I used to work in Gulf. I noted one thing, that they want to confirm that somebody has understood. I talk to many Americans also. They want to, okay, ask me again if you could not understand. Ask me again if you could not understand. Because I don't want work go wrong. I don't want wrong work, mistaken work. Better talk me again if you can. But they have a doubt that other party, other person missed it maybe. Well, that is one way, right? Because our people respond differently. We say, I have understood. Why you asking me again and again? Maybe we know more. Maybe we are used to that work. But on an average, communication is missed. Either it is missed or it is misunderstood. This happens because when we are here in this country, there are no many nationalities, we are all, of course, dealing directly with each other. We all know English to some extent. Even if I don't know Tamil, I don't know Karnataka, but we can talk to some level in English and we can understand. But when you work with other nationalities, there's, of course, communication problems exist. But we have to deal with them. This is part of job. If you don't deal with them, you will not be able to do job. For example, I worked with missionaries, Syrians, Lebanese, Palestinians, British, Bangladeshis, Pakistanis, and many other nationalities, UK, actually Americans, Philippines, Thailand, and so many more. There is no list. Maybe more than 50, 60, I don't remember exactly. And I have seen that ultimately all are same except in expression. There are certain variations in expression of words. Just for information, I'm telling you, it's not part of this thing. For example, we say schedule, right? Spelling is schedule. Englishman says schedule, but American would say schedule. British would, it is Gulf guys would say schedule. Spelling is same, everything same, but communication issue only. We say actually. Philippine guy will not say actually. Actually. T is replaced by T. D is replaced by D. This is the only difference. Or sentence composition. Speech little different. We speak in thick language, just like you speak in thick translation. They speak in little twisted language. And sometimes they don't understand translation. They don't understand anything. There was one engineer, Khalid, in my career, associate with me. He did not understand English well because he was from French university. He qualified in Lebanon from French university. It was not his fault. His wife knew very good English, but he did not mind that. Where requirement, okay, my wife can answer. They don't know any specific difference. They respect Arabic. They respect in what medium they learned. They don't have any in mind that, oh, I don't know English. This is not in their mind. Their mind is different concept. We have that. Oh, you do not know English. You are not very excellent. Your communication is bad. This is our thinking. Or maybe it's now that before it was. Oh, this man knows very good English. He's educated one. We measure level of education in terms of how much English you know, what level of English do you know fluently. So this was our weakness, that we did. You are very good in mathematics, you are very good in physics and chemistry, but if your English is weak, you are considered defective in society. If you talk in fluent English in your social gathering, oh, very excellent, very good person is. You don't know that? Oh, he's from UP or Bihar, maybe. They think like that. Or maybe from Haryana. This was our slavery mindset. It was not because of our knowledge, only because we were treated like that. We are treated like that. Well, I'm not going to that part of my world. What I'm saying is communication, planning are supportive one, very significant one. Cost we have to consider, time we have to consider, quality we have to consider, safety we have to consider, planning, communication, resource management. All these points are required to be considered at beginning of project, not in mid of project. When you start something, just like you start some project in your home itself, you want to buy something, or you want to do some big work in your family or in your neighborhood, you plan with so many meetings, so many conferences, meeting in your associations or your welfare associations or somewhere else where you meet together. You raise requirement, you raise fundings, you raise so many means, and then you decide something to do. It happens because you are dealing with money, you are dealing with supports of human resources, machines, time, all. Your target is time, your target is quality, and your target is cost. You first consider cost. If you don't have cost, there is no way to start that. You will simply say, we don't have money, we can't start that. That's right. That is first point of management. If you have to ensure feasibility, if there is no feasibility, because there is no money. And until you get funding, you cannot start that. And if you start that, then you are having foolishness only. If you don't have money, how can you move? Or you have a part of money, say 15% you have, and you can expect when this money is over, another 15% from some other source. And when you spend that, you get another only. If there's an expectation, you will get this allotted money from somewhere. So in continuation, it's fine at that time. You can move further. You can tick off that project. That stage, you can say that you work in a professional way, that you keep in your mind future. Look ahead few months or few years. And if you don't have any chance to get that money from whatever source, or if bank is not going to help you, because you cannot replenish that money to bank, you cannot return this money to bank, then even if you start a project, you will waste that time, waste money, whatever you have, because this will stop. That is what management is required in your home also. So you are on project, you have got everything. So you have then to work on secondary issues, that you have to control that budget of project. You have to keep in line time factor, which in our country we never regard. We never honor time. It may be our home, it may be our nation. We never respect time management. With exceptions of some departments. I'm not blanketly speaking this, I'm just specifically in general speaking this. Time management is not significant for us. You are culturally oriented as such. You, even if you have to go to certain party, certain meeting, certain marriage function, some other function, it is against your respect if you reach in time, if you are punctual. It is certainly against our respect. We think that way. We can say, oh, how can you come in time? I have to go 1 hour late because this is our culture. This happens. And we feel pride in that. And somebody reaches in time, he is, oh, I think he has no work, he has come like that. Means I think it differently. We have to be punctual. We have to be regular. This is basics of life. If you delay everything, time shall delay you. Remember, system must be respected. System. Either follow system or generate a system. If you are really professional, either follow a system which is there, existing or working there, and if that is defective, correct that first, then use it, or you establish your own system and work with that. And if you cannot do, believe me, you cannot manage. You cannot manage even if you run double speed, because you will be always impatient, you will act nervous, you won't be able to understand defects, and you will feel just like you run short and sweating. You will be keeping sweating all the time. That management is never reliable. Reliable. What reliable is? Reliable, which can be relied upon again and again and again. And when you get this, when this system or product is safe, when this product can serve its purpose and it serves to duration, to life for which it was made. Means safe, for example, your structure should be safe from every aspect, from every load, from every action, from every force, and it should serve what it was designed for. It should serve that purpose successfully and durable. Means if it was designed for 5 years or 50 years or 100 years or 150 years, it should serve to minimum that period. And if you repair and retrofit, it should extend its life, which Europe people are thinking now, to extend life of product from 2 years or 3 years to 10 years or 15 years. So they are now thinking of reliability. They are thinking because they think. We are not thinking because we never think. Oh, I'll let it come from there, we say. When you sign some international, sign also you get technology from the years, because we cannot generate. Maybe our forefathers generated, but we leave that also. Well, project management, we should concentrate on better. I said, I have to manage my project. My project means engineer's project. I have to apply engineering skill on that. I have to apply technical skill on that. I have to apply managerial skill on that. I have to apply labor skill on that, workers skill on that, equipment skill on that. And on top of that, I have to apply common sense. Common sense, which everybody has without education. And if you are educated, that common sense should promote itself, should multiply, should thrive, and should return back with advanced application knowledge that you should have. For example, we use Excel sheet. Do you know Excel sheet? Engineers use it very well. Excel sheet, for example, we never understood before what it is. I was surprised first time when I was learning this MS Office or this Lotus 123. I didn't know what it was before. I am engineer by qualification. I did mathematics. I did everything. I used to work by quantities and designs, all that. Computation is very important, and that's mathematics. But when I try to understand Excel or Lotus 123, I asked my instructor something. My instructor means when this computer shop or computer teacher, he taught me this auto sum, and this 3 or 4 formulas he just tried to teach me. I asked something, means I want some multiplication, I want some division. Can you teach me how to do that? Well, in fact, I didn't know that. It's not his fault. He has a syllabus that you have to teach this one. No, he's only this auto sum is there. He didn't know other than that means. I tried myself. Okay, no problem. I'll try myself. When I tried myself, I discovered that actually, if you say this way, every cell of that sheet, Lotus 123, which I learned on, every cell, I discovered that every cell of that sheet was virtually connected to calculator, scientific calculators. Means autosum, I did not use autosum as something because that is kiddish activity. I try to use algebraic sum on my values. You know algebraic sum? Means forget whatever sign is written in your calculations, automatically that comes in. That's plus, minus, division, whatever it is. That's algebraic sum. It comes. It is plus value to take, minus value also it would take, decimal value or minus or whatever it will take into calculation consideration, and that is called algebraic sum. So I noticed it was taking minus values with plus. Means when I using minus value, it was taking in an algebraic sum. And I tried division. He was taking divisions as well. Point came to multiplication. I asked him, can I do multiplication? He could not understand. Well, I tried myself multiplication. I did multiply also. So it was taking plus, minus, division, multiplication, square root, all that was taken in. I discovered that some means this is something different. I'm not talking of Word or something PowerPoint. I'm just talking of worksheet. So day after day, I tried to use it further and further and further, and I reached a point that it can be used excellently because of connection of calculator power to every cell. At that time, it was 8,132 rows in Lotus 123. Then I shifted to Excel, and then it reached to some 64,000 rows. And furthermore, for me, if I use 1 and 2 and then use copy formula or pull it or give command of that copy from this cell to that cell in that range, it used to work. Means if you apply your engineering calculation knowledge on that sheet, it helps you with, you can say, immense power. Of course, there's a limitations in exponents. You cannot go beyond something. It converts it to E value. Well, that is also reliable. You can use if you know science, if you know mathematics. If you're gonna placement of zeros or figures after decimals. So this I tried myself, because I could not get any information from those instructors, which is of course not their domain. What I noticed later on, that all these softwares of calculations or whatever are having backup of Excel or something. So we can use Excel, it's a part of learning. So we are using it in our calculations also, in our management. Quantification we are doing, whatever we are doing, programming we are doing, formalizing we are doing, we are using Excel sheet. You can use whatever formula, complicated formula on this. So I then used it for many other applications. I used many design formula on that, many formula. I didn't go for Stat Pro any day. I don't know Stat Pro. I don't either. I can design my requirement based on Excel if I am having adequate concentration. It helps. It's just only thing, it takes some time. But once you do it, you can do it. Finish. Quantification we can do it. Designs we can do it. Many other applications we can do it. I developed my applied numbers form, which is my hobby. I'm happy in applied spiritual numbers. Maybe it's not related to engineering, but for my entertainment, I developed that form also. I developed many other applications. So it goes on and on and on. So you discover many issues. So I connected each sheet to other sheet and each workbook to other workbook, and many workbooks I connected together. So it's worked successfully. That is what we have to learn and manage. So you can use same caliber, same power of your work, or you can say capacity. This is called capacity building. When we say we have capacity in this company or capability, what is that? We say, see, we have done so many projects. We have this power of resource. We have this power of equipment. We have so many level of qualified people. This we represent as pre-qualification, or you can say capability. Capability, power, strength of capability, capacity building it is called. We have capability. This means it is a combination of key personal capability, workers capability, equipment capability, workshop capability, repair capability, innovation capability, management capability, procurement every kind of capability is amalgamated into management. And on top of that is quality, because each capability is useless if you cannot deliver standards. If you miss that, all is scrap. You produce a car. Many companies did, BMW and Mercedes, all that. And when there's a defect, they call back all. Why do they call back all? They know this is scrap. If we miss that, then intentionally or by fraud, and people get it, so they call back lakhs of cars. We know that this has become scrap otherwise. They can spend money on that repairs voluntarily. But they knew it before also. They knew it. They didn't declare that. But we, in our construction domain, our designs domain, once we do it finally, we cannot withdraw it. Withdrawal is next to impossible. We are doing a job that is not mobile. We are doing a job that is permanent, that is stationary, that cannot be brought back from its defective state to reinstated state. So we have to be much more careful, because our material is based on natural products, raw products, which have not been worked upon. And that's why we have to imagine everything in this. We do not know actual strength of our material which we are using, but with the factor of safety we are using it, we are declaring it, and that's only cover we have. Otherwise, we have no warranty and guarantee for that product. A person who delivers some spare part or some item to us, that person can guarantee you. For example, a person guarantee that this waterproofing membrane shall work for 5 years or for 10 years. This structure shall work for 10 years. That warranty can be given. Okay, that warranty that person takes, and then I would change it in 5 years or 10 years if it doesn't work. He is happy with that and you are happy with this. But do you further analyze that? If that say the person says, I will replace this waterproofing membrane, if it doesn't work I take limit of 5 years, or I give you a warranty for 10 years, and you accept that, is it worth? On contracts, we have to accept this because this is contract condition. But technically speaking, practically, analytically speaking, does it work? If this waterproofing layer is membrane, is laid in roofing system, or it's used in your foundations, or if it is in wet area flooring protection, are you going to replace all your finishes, all your foundation backfill and others, or roofing material for replacement of that membrane? Shall you accept this? You cannot do that. You are accepting only for sake of documentation, because contract condition mandates that. Otherwise, expense of that party who is supplying you this system will be 1, your expenses will be 10. This means practically this is only a kind of deception. There is no guarantee of anything, but we are writing there is a guarantee. Many items we are taking on guarantees, but that is contractual until you think in depth. You talk at international level, FIDIC will not accept. FIDIC will accept only when something is forced onto that. What I say, we have to think before doing something. That thinking skill is required. And thinking skill cannot come automatically. No person can think automatically. You have to apply, you have to concentrate, you have to analyze first. And our field is analysis itself. We are by virtue of our education, we are used to analyze. It may be education, we have to analysis of structures, we have applied mechanics, there also we have analytical power, we have scientific subjects where analysis is required. Without analysis, we cannot move. That is our birth as engineer. But it is limited to subjects only, unfortunately. You use atomic physics, you study in that half-life period, you study in dams, what is half-life of this dam. All that we use only in our studies. We use so many formulas in fluid mechanics, in structural engineering, in structural design. That is stopped when you pass that. After that, you do not habituize yourself to use it. That is where deficiency lies. I find this quality in certain non-Indians, for example, West country people. They are little different to an extent thinking is concerned. They are little different. Only this is difference, nothing else. We are not used to thinking, but they are used to thinking. And this is critical difference, you can say. Maybe now we are understanding that. We are going to that way, but not to that scale. Because we cannot open our mind to others, but they can. And I respect that. Because education means thinking itself. If you cannot think, what purpose of education is, I don't know. Your education or having no education, there's no difference. If you are not professional in thinking, if you fear to think, and if you think you cannot open your mind, your speech, your tongue, you cannot translate, you cannot communicate, what purpose does it serve? I don't understand. Don't understand, really. That is defect in our professionals. Not only in engineering, everywhere. You can go to government, you will find very top people, I am IAS, they are. But what is application of their knowledge? There are so many engineers in IAS. Are they doing what they are required to do? There are so many qualified people everywhere. Are they doing? Yes, just say scientific departments. I'm not generalizing them, but all others are in same boat, on same page. Go to judiciary, go to law luminaries. Thinking is distant from them. They are more thinkers. They should be. Because understanding law is not easy. It's not only legal language you have to understand. You have to understand philosophy behind that. It's not simply text you have to understand. You have to understand myth behind that which is real. That if you understand, you can understand law. Same way we have to understand engineering. We understood only application, not design of application. Just like we understand structural design to some extent, not in reality. Gradually we reach to that stage. Previously it was just imaginary, then it became working stress method, that is a limit state method, that it can revise limit state according to European code, means serviceability limit is this limit state, ultimate limit state, and means terms were kept on changing and changing and changing all time. Now loading, they are calling actions like that, depending on they took a lot of time. These European communities, these European countries started from 1975. There is now 10 years back, to finalize European codes. 58 codes are available for civil engineering. 58 codes is they revised. UK used to have its own independent identity, which is still they are hungry of. They cannot move, they fail to move out, because, oh, these Europeans will teach us that type of mentality. Well, something else means you keep mentality whatever way, but question is you are going to use natural materials, natural sources for whatever you produce by production by America or production by England or production by India, or it doesn't make a difference. Material is same everywhere, engineering is same everywhere, only difference is thinking. If you cannot think, you cannot develop, you cannot innovate. You make mistakes, doesn't matter, but you have to recorrect. You correct them, and that can be done only by thinking. But no, we cannot learn. Lesson learned is very important in our profession. Lesson learned, but it's difficult. You can learn lesson only when you do right job. And if you do wrong job, then you will learn wrong lesson. That is not absent. If you learn wrong lesson, just like everybody is learning on sites, all wrong applications, they will reproduce them wrongly because they learn that. That is what we have to stop. That is where we have to put barricade. It is only engineers or those professionals who are in this field with competency, they can produce. Every time I say designs are not defective. Designs are done backed by thinking, backed by trial, backed by many considerations, many criterias from codes or off codes. Then design product is delivered. Design product, not product. Design product means a package of drawings and specification. That volume is delivered, but that requires transformation from designs to physical product. There lies problem. And not problem, intense problem. Intense problem lies there. Because these drawings cannot transform automatically to production. There are many resources in between which use these drawings and make mistakes. That is where we have to apply our injection of engineering to treat this defect. We have to act as doctors there because problem lies there. Design may be excellent, it may be best, hard worked, but prosecution is broken because you can review design, you can proofread design, but implementation of work, gap in implementation. Design can be done by computer, you can deliver drawings, but it may take few years for this project to complete, and within that long period so many hands change on project, move out and come in, so much tradesmen go out and come in, and maybe so many contractors go out and come in. So first of all, a sequence of chain is broken. This link is out and that link is out, another link has come in, another link, this chain survey is broken. Nobody knows what was history of before somebody joins, and it's difficult to note from filings because records are not available. Nobody bothers, nobody knows what happened on this project in that month, what happened, how did it happen. There is no book, no record for that. So how many lapses would occur, you can imagine. If project duration is 6 months, now it may be 6 years, it may be 5 years, 3 years. And I saw one project in Jeddah. It was big hospital, 500 bed hospital. It was of 500 millions reals. Well, I was there only for a few months or 6 months. Due to some reason, I came back. RCC work was over. I got to know that I was 75th manager there. 75th on that project. It was 4 or 5 years old construction. It was moving. There was no record, no sequence, nothing. Nobody told me what happened in past. They just say, okay, you will also not stay. They were production. Well, I had some other problem with someone. And they used to say, this owner of that company was Sheikh of that country, Saudi Arab. He was just telling me sometimes, see, I brought you non-Muslim. See, thinking here, you are first non-Muslim on this project. Because I didn't believe them. But I saw that project was controllable. But there was some other guys, Egyptian guys on that project, who didn't want to see my presence there because they wanted his job to move further and further. This is thinking of managers. If this project is finished in time, there is no other project in this company. How shall we continue? Well, that is, of course, this is intellectual thinking for their survival, but it is not intellectual thinking for prospect of that project. You are considering for some future which you don't know about. What you have today in your presence, you are not worried about that. And believe me, I'm not criticizing that project. There was so much lapses on that project. I could not imagine in my life. Where 75 hands change on a project implementation, how can you manage something in that environment? Well, that is only a reference. What I'm talking is, engineers have to do something. What happens in GCC, that can be controlled. That's not distant from control, because they are serious also. They may be having much money with them, but they too care for their money. You cannot simply say they throw money. We can throw money here because it is public fund. We don't care. We are first in world that we have good engineers, educated workers, but we are last country in this universe, in this world, who can deliver quality. We are last. I am claiming this with you can say explanation. Only we are in this world. We cannot standardize ourselves. Cannot standardize. We have theoretical knowledge. We can talk of our codes. We can talk of British code. We can talk of European codes, American codes. This kind of. We can accumulate them to one place, but we do not use them adequately because it is not ours. We cannot understand them, and we don't use them. Yes, we can change them. We can do anything on them. Now they are talking of IS 456 concrete code to revise. Yes, they are working on that, and many times they have worked. Many revisions they have done. But what purpose it serves? How it serves? You can revise code, but what shall you do on site? That is important. You have no control on site. You say it is beyond our control. If it is beyond your control, does code meant only for design? If code is destined only for design, I think that there's no code of design. There's no need of code. It's not destined for design. It is destined for physical work. we still be busy in our revisions. And then say, oh, see, we have this code 456 best for our conditions. No, it's not best for your condition. This was raised with me in an interview when I was appealing for international professional engineer. This question was raised. He said, you are appreciating European code because you worked outside. The chairman of committee said, yes, I worked outside, so I don't trust ISO 456. Is it your code? Did you invent it? You copied from here and there and there and here, and you're claiming it's yours. How it's yours? You are making certain changes here and there in administration part, in this part, in that part, and you're claiming it's yours. Do your engineers understand this? Show me where temperature is specified in this concrete temperature. Did you specify that? Did you specify what qualification one should have to work on construction? You don't specify that. How can, no, this is now best for our conditions. Which conditions you are talking? Which conditions? No, you read this, you will know that. Okay, I will read when I have time, but my conditions are on site. I cannot read this code just because I want to know what is in this. I can understand this, no problem. But that person, that mason, that carpenter, that helper, that foreman who work on site, do they understand? They don't understand anything. And I can't be present at every point on site to check what they are doing. That is also not possible. If my engineering knowledge, from basic engineering knowledge, does not reach to that person who is producing this, then what is use? Mechanical field is different. There is automation. There is a mold. There is a minute detail. In millimeters they work. In construction, it is not micromillimeter. Tolerance is there. So how do you say your code is going to be implemented? Where people don't even know what is curing, what's the purpose of curing, where people do not know what is concrete, what is applications or characteristics. Designer know theoretically. That person never sees site, and even if sometimes goes for a visit only, that person doesn't understand. Why did you revise this compressive strength as to evaluation? Why did you revise? What was the reason behind that? Have you ever thought of? Previously, we used to say what's the grade of concrete, for example, 30 grade, 35 grade, 40 grade. It is 28-day characteristic strength. Used to say, okay, fine, it's characteristic strength. On 28th day, this is minimum. On 7th day, this is minimum, just to approve that concrete. Fine. Why did you change it then? Now you say, no, we have to apply standard deviation. Were you sleeping before? Because some other did it. Because they took this point into their consideration, and you just pulled that from there, and you are saying we have done it. You did it because there was a technical problem. That your cube remains in laboratory conditions, but your site concrete is not in laboratory conditions. That is a difference. On-site concrete is open, exposed to weather. But your concrete sample, your concrete cube is dipped in water, immersed in water tank, and then is taken to laboratory, and there also it is immersed and then tested. Means there is a difference in physical conditions. The strength of cube when you test under compression testing machine shall be higher, because it is ideal condition, laboratory condition, but on site it is not laboratory condition. So you just included margin of standard deviation and augmented strength, that this should be higher or little lower. Means if it is 40, it should be more, because site is different. Then you should have also written that we will test on site. Did you include in this code that we shall keep cube on site also to ensure that physically it is same. You did not do that. So where is your thinking then? Means we have to be logical and scientific. This happened with me, I told you before also. There was one Pakistani consultant who used to approve my projects, my work. There was something someday, means our foreman concrete mix was very dry, and I was not on that location that time, and people were not able to concrete means efficiently. What they did, they added some water in that mixer, and this guy noted. This guy noted Pakistani guy. He was very brilliant, of course. He was a designer. He knew very good technology. He used to argue with me. He said, "Come on, your person has done this." I asked him, वो साहब खिंचता नहीं था, मैंने थोड़ा डाल दिया, लोग चिल्ला रहे थे, खिंचता नहीं, माल ऐसे बोलते हैं, they speak in that language, क्यों डाल दिया people? Why did you do it? Miss, they have done it now. Then what to do now? This consultant asked me. You do one thing, you take a sample of this concrete separately or throw it out, do whatever you want. Okay, I agreed with him. No problem, take a sample of that. Not only you take sample, you have to store, keep it on your slab. Okay, no problem, we'll do it. But I say it's not given in code. He said, no, it's my instruction, I'm telling you. All right, I agree with your instruction, no problem. Because I have gone through hundreds of results of concrete in my career, thousands of results. Generally, hardly it fails because always ready-mix concrete strength is higher than expected. Always it is higher because of so many reasons. First of all, it's control condition. Then there's admixtures, chemical admixtures within concrete, which help in that. Everybody doesn't know that. Well, I know that. I okay, no problem. I told that foreman, keep it on site conditions. Cure them personally. And I went there every day to see it was okay or not. And then on 7th day, I telephoned that person, come on and see, because he asked me to call me when you test it. I said, okay, come on. No, you continue this, I'll come later on. We tested it. It had to pass, I know. It passed. And I told him, and they go, okay, distribute sweets then. But this type of this, sometimes time is good. It doesn't mean my work was good, but I knew that time that it is a must that you keep one sample on site. Because we should not depend upon laboratory condition only. We should have exposure to site because my material is on site. This water tank material is not mine, that is only sample. Because of this reason, they changed approval method. No, your strength should be done like this. Means now you should have more strength than defined one. So this code was amended. It is, you can say, based on experience. So code is not, you can say, a sword for you. It's help for you. But real sword is, real application is site, where you are paying, you are using a material, you are using workers, you are using machines, you are using time, and everything you have to think for that. My design is good if it is done. Otherwise, that design is only for publication of books, otherwise no. You can learn from that, your students can learn from that, but for work, it works only when it is constructible. People easily can do on site, and that is called build ability or construction ability. If your design is not worth, it is useless. If it is understood even by foremen on site, I can say then it is fine. Because ultimately, that is end user of your design. If your steel detailing is not good, if your shuttering size is not good, if pouring is difficult, then design is defective. You may do whatever calculation you do, But site persons do different calculation. They calculate convenience of working, convenience of mechanism, ease of mechanism. That is more important. That's why how to work is different. This practical requirement and design requirement must talk to each other, which does not happen. Because there are many hands again that change. What site guy expect, design guy does not deliver. And this is not with structural engineers alone. This involvement of architects also create a problem. Everybody is in his field master in papers, not in designs, not in works. You can go to see any building, particularly in my area or in your area you go. I have not seen all projects in this country, but whatever I have seen personally, I have noticed while walking on road or I go and visit, I am disappointed. I don't find any compliance to standards and specifications. They do because they are doing all these so-called builders and promoters themselves calling builders. They know nothing, but they do that nothing. They spend money and produce no work actually, substandard work you can say. They do their way. They just get certain plan and something and they simply, they know everything. I talk to Kerala people for whom I draw some plans, to some other Bihar person I know. When I say, oh, how will you do it? No, 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 we have people, they will do it. I ask them, my colleagues, can I do structural design for this? No, no, we have experts there, they can do everything. Everywhere in Kerala there are experts, in Bihar there are experts, in Tamil Nadu experts, in Punjab experts, everybody, every area have experts without having any expertise knowledge. Without any expertise knowledge. I don't understand this phenomenon. What is expertise and what is no expertise? Your education is not expertise. Your being educated designer is not expertise, but that person who knows nothing about your field, he is expert. That is expertise in this country. You can use rubbish material, that is expertise. You can spoil your job, that is expertise. Let building collapse, that is expertise. Let soil sink, that is expertise. Every act is expertise except real expert. That is why we don't have engineering in this country. We have engineering education indeed, but no engineering. We have IITs, we have regional colleges, we have institutions. They are there only for books, for examinations, not for production. They shall design, they know formula, they know theory, they know everything, but when it comes to product, there is no procedure. Recently, there's an introduction of internship. Joke for me. I take it as joke. What internship? Can you learn something in 6 months? Is it possible in engineering? Whole life people cannot learn. If you want to learn, you can learn. It depends upon you. But if you are just interested in formality, I cannot call it learning. Medical world is different. Their patients are available. Their doctor has not to go to site. Doctor's clinic is site, hospital is site, nursing home is site where this patient comes and treatment is done. There is accessibility. In law field, there is accessibility because judges are available in seats, lawyers are available, and chartered accountants accessibility is there. Everybody is having a concentrated approach, a field of physical work. But in our case, there is no access. If project is in desert, you have to go to desert. If project is in remote area, you have to go there. If project is in army field, you have to go there. If project is in city, you have to stay there. There is no localization of projects. You have to move to that area. Only then you can learn. But if others say something, oh, there's some transport doctor, no, no, I want to stay there, I don't want to go there. Can engineers say that? Tell me. If I am an engineer, I am working anywhere, I have to go that to that site only. Site cannot come to me. Yes, designs I can do from here, but as far as work is concerned, physical work is concerned, I have to go to that location. Only then I can do. You think it's easy? If you have to stay continuously for 3 years in, say, 500 kilometer or 300 kilometer from your local stations, where you cannot come back every day, you can come only maybe once in 3 months. Can you stay there for 3 years with family? You can't stay. Forget family. You alone cannot enjoy, because in desert there is nothing to enjoy. You have to stay at work many hours because of concrete. Throughout day you have to work in office, on sites, and concrete is generally done throughout night. You have to be there. So your work is entirely different. It's much more different than armed forces, because they get some benefits, you don't get any benefit because of your nature of work. I have seen concrete 72 hours continuously. Big rafts are poured continuously for 3 days, 3 nights, because of work. You know how much input was given to Burj Tower in Dubai? How many experiments were done? How to pump that concrete to that height? How many times they did it? Have you gone to that literature? You have to try how to do work. This was a discovery by a method statement. How can you pump it? Pumping was innovated by them, because height, if you cannot pump to that height, how to pump there? There's no other way to do that concrete. So what did he tried it? They laid miles of pipes on site itself to know what result it gives. Then they tried different route on staircases to run pipe, not vertical. How much experiments they did, you can imagine. Can you do that? Means they work and research. They work and operational research. Can we? Never. We cannot construct a simple storm water drain of a box type. A box type, what happens here in this Faridabad smart city, my area, this company L&T, they are working on producing storm water drains. I thought it were drains, but actually these are not even drains. These are kind of reservoirs. They are constructing boxes, base, 2 walls and roof, RCC box, and length somewhere, and then they put stop ends by brick, and then externally they connect by pipes, polythene pipes. Well, this is their design. What I think, I'm not talked to anybody, but I think this is kind of reservoir or containment, you can say. When it's full, they take out water somewhere else or pump out. Same thing they do for sewer lines. What they do, they laid big pipe. I do not understand one time, why are they using such big diameter pipes for sewer line? Because even you can say it should be 60 mm, 600 mm dia or 800 mm dia. Means these are adequate for certain area, but they put so much dia pipes. Then what they actually was, it's kind of containment or reservoir. Let it store there, then their tanker would come, pump would come and bail it out and drop somewhere, dispose of somewhere. This is technology. Same they are doing for rainwater. Okay, no problem. Whatever technology they are using, I don't mind that. They are doing development work, but quality is under question. Before they used to think that we let water accumulate here and seep down during rain. But that has not been successful because of various reasons. Reasons are clay. When rainwater accumulates, say 40 centi, 30 centi, 20 centi, water accumulates for a few hours, and you think it will seep down. Yes, it can seep down if it is sandy soil. But this is not Arab, this is not Rajasthan. Here's top 20, 30 layer, fifth layer is of clay because of agricultural history. When this agricultural land, agriculture cannot be grown, crops cannot be grown on sandy soil. You need sweet soil for that. Sweet soil, clay is a kind of sweet soil. It permits evaporation, it permits capillary action, it permits photosynthetic action with water which is required, and it grows. That soil here, it is porous, we know. How can water penetrate through pores? If it's not permeable, it cannot do. So their basic philosophy did not yield result. So now they have shifted to this kind of let water go into drains and we take out from there. Fine, it's fine, no problem. But your system should be perfect. They are doing this box, RCC box. Forget quality control, no need of blaming them because they, I think, do not know that. I simply can assume. I also complained to them by photographs. I took 60, 70 photographs from various locations. I put them on Farida, posted them on Faridabad Smart City Limited Facebook page. But after a few days, I found this was taken off. This content is not available right now. Okay, no problem. You can throw my content, but you cannot throw my mind. You want to protect your face because it is Smart City PM's project. Fine, do it, no problem. But quality, you are not doing. Your concrete being done is rubbish. I can say. There is no control. All right, it's bad concrete, I agree. To some extent, it would work also, I agree. But what about water tightness? You get my point? There is a base slab, there are two walls, and there's a top slab. I don't mind about top slab. I don't mind about vertical members walls, but base slab and walls. This connection, I mean to say base slab, this is a base slab, this is wall and this is wall. Connections between wall and base slab. How shall you stop water flow through that joint? Because this is not monolithic construction. Either construct base slab along with wall when concreting, or you are allowing a construction joint at base slab and wall connection, water shall certainly flow out at that plane of weakness. This means your joint is not watertight. You did not use any stopper there. This technology also you don't understand. Then what can you understand? Either put a bar there, water bar, or there is no use of this container because with this 1 meter pressure, 1 meter or more than 1 meter means 1 ton per square meter pressure of water is enough to pass through this plane of weakness, and water will be discharged out into soil below. So your purpose is defeated. And moreover, they will be desilting. The silting here in this case, you have to take out silt also from there every year, or it will stop working. It will act as dam. The half it is full, it is finished. How dam is designed? We design dam based on half fill. When it is full half, you cannot do this silting. Okay, this is not that deep. but you have to go inside. It's a cover up. How can you take out all silt or sediments from that? Ultimately, it's not giving you life of this material for which you have designed this. Well, I think this way. This is my thinking way, and this I actually learned from overseas how they think. Not because I got it from my university or from my institute. How people think in different nationalities. Well, they are right, because you are using material blindly. You cannot use this. Even I am doing waterproofing. I say I am doing waterproofing for my foundation. We do that, but people do not know why it's done. If you talk to general people, engineers in general, my dear, you are using the waterproofing in your foundations. What is its purpose? Did you know yourself if you are an engineer, or did you ask someone? I am sure you will get 95% incorrect answers, because they do not have that level of understanding about procedures, about mechanism. Why is that done? I repeat it many times. Do I feel it why I'm repeating it? But because it is very important, I like it to repeat it. Why do we use waterproofing, so-called waterproofing, for foundation portions that is embedded within soil? That is the reason. That is the phenomenon. But they simply do it. That's it. They don't know about that. Now, I just repeat my explanation for your benefit if you did not listen to me before. Water is available in soil. And if water is not available in soil, chemicals are available in soil. There is clay soil, there is silty soil or silty clay, or there is sandy soil or sandy clay, or so many combinations, or there is rock. Soft rock, hard rock, medium rock, all that type. These are general compositions of foundation soils. Depends upon what sort of area is that, what sort of investigation you have done, what sort of level you have in foundation, all depends upon that, and what is level of water, or what is water table you call it. All these points contribute to your foundation, positively or negatively, both way. You have to know past geology of your area. Generally, it's not here, but I have read many soil reports from other countries when I was there. I used to find that they use previous histories of this Pleistocene period, and this was that period, and this is this period. This sort of soil lies here. This sort of means they used to just educate you also in addition to submitting report, and then bearing capacity test, and you can say shear test, and also boreholes report. This, and then they extract from them various other parameters. This is cohesive value, this is RQD value, rock quality designation, this is this value, and this is that value. That value something that gives some technical information about soil, and also give recommendation. Means if this type of soil, you can use this safe bearing capacity, or this kind of coefficient you can use in the calculations to reach certain value of your shear strength of soil. All that type of information is most useful as far as design and soil investigation and application of soil and finding value of your strength of soil is related with. That's very important. So what I'm saying is, there is a mechanism of this soil in the relation to water. If it is clay soil, we know clay is not very good in permeability. If you are an engineer, you know it, and if you are even not engineer, you can understand it. We call it clay, means generally it's called chickeny mitti. It's also called black cotton soil. This is a type, a general soil you have, you use in your life for pottery. For example, it is pottery or pitcher, ghada, or we used to all these with clay soil, which is very good in molding, which is very good in using commissioning and molding and blending, all that it can do. It's very nice. For agriculture purpose, it's excellent soil, but for water contents, There is a difficulty with the soil, and that is very general difficulty, not very, you cannot understand this. You can say in deep details, no need of understanding this. Its properties are different. Clays are considered very good in some cases as well as very bad as well, because it contains very different minerals. Montmorillonite it contains, kaolinite it contains some other minerals, means chemicals minerals, which react with water contents, which react with soil contents, and sometimes give better results and sometimes give worse results. When this clay comes in contact with water, water is also chemical, and clay has many chemicals, many sulfates, salts, all this have. This water is contained by clay, but it's not interlocked in this. This swells it to many volumes, many times increase of volumes. When you take clay mixed with water, it will swell. You can take this wet soil in your hand, it will act like a sphere in your hand, and all palms will be sticky. Your shoes, if you walk on wet clay, it will stick to your shoe sole. That is what clay about in wet conditions. Means water is retained by it in its pores. There is no mobility of water contents from one pore to another pore and to another pore, and this property in construction engineering is called porosity of soil. Means pores are there which cannot allow movement of water. So until that water dries out by evaporation or by some other application, volume cannot reduce. This bulking of volume cannot decrease. Once it dries out, its original volume is reduced. So there are different terms. When you add water, it's increased, means swelling. And when you take out water from it, you make a deficiency, you give deficiency in water, it shrinks. Have you seen certain cracks on some soils and some fields somewhere? That is polygonal cracks, because of that soil is clay but dried out. Generally in your fields, farming fields, you will find that. In south of this country, you will find that. In many areas, you will find a black cotton soil because of clay, because its richness in porosity, but its zero value in permeability. Its cohesion value is very good. Its angle of repose is actually 90 degrees. You can say it doesn't fall automatically, but it has no bearing capacity. It has value of cohesion. It sticks very well to each other, but no interlocking, no elements. So what happens when water is there? It doesn't help anybody, because soil has swollen and it can impact upon your foundation very badly. While you consider sandy soil or sandy nature of soil, because sand is also not perfectly sand, it has some particles of clay, some particle of silt, some particle of grains. So it is also a kind of different types of matrix. Matrix means structure of soil. It allows some porosity, also at the same time it allows permeability, and that is where we are talking about. Because we never recommend clay for foundation. I never recommend as an engineer. If you use clay, then you have to use raft foundation, blanket foundation, not footings, independent footings. No, it doesn't work, because this soil shall certainly get water in and sink. If it sinks, whole building should sink, not one column or another column. So that's why clay is a dangerous material for structural basis, but for agriculture it's acceptable. While other nature of soil is sandy soil, I said, it's having reverse nature. If you take sand, first of all, you take this, it cannot become a ball in itself. It will collapse. You take sand somewhere and go to beach and take sand, go to some river, take sand. You cannot hold it, it will come down automatically. You take it in your fist and it will come out. That is different nature. because it is having separate particles. Water pours if you pass water in that, you will not find stagnant water there. That will automatically penetrate in. Means water passes through pores. So when it passes through one pore, it shall pass through another pore as well. So there is connectivity of flow of water, that is called permeability. Means if there is different type of soil in your building below, means it's different layer which allows perfect flow of water, that shall affect your foundation certainly, but it will not damage your structure. How shall it affect your foundation? Means surfaces of foundation will be affected, because when it flows, it takes with it this permeability of water or flow of water, also takes very small particles of clay with it if there is, or very minute other particles with it, in addition to carrying with it sulfates or some other salts as well as dissolved salts. So water here, when moves comes here, it has change of composition, change of chemical composition, change of turbidity. It may increase or it may decrease in both cases. It depends upon flow of that water. It can be laminar flow, means without any disturbance moving, or it can be in some cases disturbing flow. So that's called turbulence. It depends upon what value of Reynolds it has got. You may be knowing Reynolds value, this number 2500, and this range of this some of the, well, I'm going to say water flows in. Water flows, that's called mobility of water through soil below foundations. When it can touch your foundations from below and from sides, this can impact your concrete or your brick work, whatever is there. This means this can harm your surface of concrete and then structure of concrete. This flow of water is an attack on foundation by chemicals and water bad quality. This can also damage your waterproofing membrane, which you call waterproofing. Now purpose is this water impact is protected by this waterproofing membrane, and if there is no water in soil, it's dry one, then chemical attacks are there. So purpose of your membrane is to protect your concrete surface from chemical attacks of soil and mineral effects of soil, and by negative impact of water flow. That is called now protection of this concrete surface from these attacks. That's we call it protection of concrete surface from soil. This is purpose of waterproofing membrane. So it has waterproof, you can say, service, as well as it is chemical protection service of this concrete. That is purpose of that. But here purpose is this membrane is not there for 100 years. It cannot move like that. It also requires protection from this further, because there may be some very minute particle which can puncture it, say. So you have protected also further for another material by another. Well, that is there in sections where I already discussed. But what I tried to say, that we have to understand what material are we are going to use and what is its purpose. We are not going to use certain material only for sake of using it or only for sake of architectural decoration. Well, architectural decoration, if you want, you can use whatever you want. My purpose is not architectural decoration. My purpose is optimum use of material. That is what I say. This part of explanation was also necessary for those engineers and non-engineers who do not understand this. So coming back to management point. Now it is something different subject there. Means we are talking in different world. We are talking from one point to another point and then to another point, shifting from one explanation to another explanation, because it is an integrated management of various disciplines. It's not simply we can say, no, I am taking planning, I am responsible for planning, or I am doing designing, I am responsible. You cannot move like that. Interdisciplinary relation, interdisciplinary coordination is very significant in our profession. We cannot move without that, and that is what means is project management, which starts from conception to completion. That works like that. Otherwise, it is no use. You cannot understand project management. What project management taught in PMP or by some other, that is only part of that. What we understand by CPM or by part or by bar chart, that is only elementary part of project management. Project management is learned in field, it's learned on science, it's a package of engineering, it's a package of design, it's a package of implementation and operational research. It's not simply that we consider one part and forget another part. That is not project management. Means you are responsible to manage project, means you are responsible to digest all activities and improve them. That is project management. And if you cannot do that, quality is also its parts, safety is its parts, commercial angle is its part, because you have to control budget, you have to control cost, you have to control time. Every part is there, and you have to write, you have to record. You cannot simply say I have done it. No, your document should say you have done it. Recorded documents means it's a question of law. If there is a dispute in future, if there's something negatively happens, who shall answer? Your documents would answer, your records would answer. And that's why I stress for every document, don't take documents lightly. Every document you should fulfill. Daily document, weekly document, monthly document, yearly document, whatever you manage, you have to take that into your consideration, or else you are missing that activity of management. Management is not that simple as is considered. It's very powerful tool for us. I am not inclined for MBA management. No, that is not my field. That is external field for others, not for engineers. But engineers are going to field because of package, because of IIM tag, because some other tag. Let them go. They do not understand what is management. Those professors do not understand this management. They talk in their world, which is not practical world, just theoretical world. Let them do administration management, business management. I am not here for business management. I have here for system of management of project. It is having many disciplines, interactive disciplines, interdisciplines, inter-knowledge disciplines, knowledge areas it has got. All are knowledge areas: design, execution, cost, time, quality, quantity, disturbances, and weapon of, weapon of fighting, that is disputes resolution. Because when there are many people, certainly disputes do occur. Every party has its own interests. Everybody has come for making livings, earning. So everybody has got certain interests. Employer wants to earn more. Engineer wants to do better. And contractor wants to make money. And all other parties are interested in something, because everybody is involved in business. Ultimately, who is end product? That person who is going to pay for it and use it. So I have to see interest of that person. Ideally, you can say, though nobody does that, but my approach should be to see, to ensure, to anticipate that that person who is going to stay in this item, in this product, that person's money should be given back in good work. That person can be flat owner who uses it. That person can be whosoever else. Just like we say, this train is moving from this station there, I am paying money for this, I am end user there. If I am using a flight, I am an end user there. Same way, I have to see interest of that unknown identity, who shall use that. But that way we don't think. We think differently. Oh, I am going to sell it. I don't care how it responds later on. That is where we have to think. Profit is one part, but not every part. If you want to repute your country, if you want to enhance image of your country, if you want to enhance image of your question, you have to think differently. But we are not used to that. We are all self-constrained with self-interest. I am having this boundary line. I have no further angle from here. I have to stop at this point. This is my jurisdiction. Here we fail. Jurisdiction can be for judges, not for you. You are engineering judge yourself. You are judge of design. You are judge of implementation. You are judge of quality. You are judge of your budget. I don't need any judge for my work because I am judge everywhere. It is my assessment. It is my criteria. It is code. It is specification. It is design on which I am working. These activities, this basis, this data would work for me, and I have to ensure in my judgment that the data is applicable or not applicable. So this code is different. No code can interfere in my work. It is technological work, it is engineering work, it is product. Yes, beyond that, I don't go. My duty is up to delivery of value product. That is my objective, not otherwise. But I am hammered by others. I am hammered by employer. I am hammered by stakeholder. No, we are interested in this profit to this range. If you cannot deliver that, we do not need you. That is their personal interest. That is not professional interest. They are interested in money making only, while I am not interested in money making. Objectives are different, and that is where clash lies. That stakeholder is interested only in profit. My stock should rise, but there is no stock for me. I am not going to share your dividend. I am getting my salary or my fees, that's all. So why should I worry for your stock? My restraints is there, my restrictions is my self restriction. Then why should I go beyond my philosophy, beyond my objective for your interest? This type of balance is not existing. Everybody is working for self-interest, and that is where we are failing in system. Our systems, even if devised, we cannot move on them. We fail to move on them. That is important factor we have to consider. And engineering is therefore very complicated field, particularly civil, electrical and mechanical, because these result in devastation also. If mechanical system does not work, if electrical system does not work, if these fail, building explodes, fire. Do you know that? If HVAC, heat ventilation air conditioning system does not work, if fire dampers do not respond, what happens? If fire dampers does not respond, means fire expands, moves here from one point to another point within duct itself, and it explodes duct. What is the result? Explosion. Building is on fire, and because of electrical reasons, could be there's short circuit. This means our work is going to kill people. It's going to put building on fire, and because it is high rise, we have no mechanism to take out people. This means we are playing with risk. We are going to set this building on fire for sake of that person who is not going to think for this, that promoter. What happened in Ansal's case in Upahar, you know all well. They are only because of certain reason there was accident, but it happens. It happens in our case. In civil also it happens. If your design is not proper or your implementation is not proper, certainly your building will either tilt or sink or there will be failure. If there is failure, then everything fails. This means you have added responsibilities. Civil engineer, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, these three engineers are triangularly bound for any building, for every structure where services are required. If these three persons do not understand seriousness of designs and implementation, there is no meaning of other services. You may have IT services, CCTV services, SCADA services, or some other services. All mean nothing. Management mean nothing because your technical work does not work. Your design, structural design, your electrical loading design, your differential loading, but you missed somewhere. You could not understand value there. You did a lot of work, missed some connection. Your some socket did not work. Your generator connection did not work. Your lift failed. So many issues are there. Fire fighting system did not work. Smoke detectors did not work. Your automatic digital system did not work. Or you failed in some other, your external pump did not work. Because when the building is on fire, you cannot control from inside building. How can you go? You have to come out immediately. You have to stop lift. You have to come out. Wherever there is accident in the world, no building has been seen to be perfect. It may be America, it may be Gulf, it may be whatever country. Everywhere there has been noticed labs, electrical labs or HVAC labs or some other labs. And people fail to come out safe. It's not our problem alone, it is design problem. Design and implementation problem. It's problem of calculations because electrical calculations and HVAC calculations are also very complicated. Their machines and electrical points must be with successful implementation, interface and compatibility, but it is missed somewhere. That is only accidental base, you can say. Electrical system and mechanical system fail to recognize each other and destroyed civil system. Three systems fail, then all other systems are useless, because when there is fire, your CCTV shall not work, your lift shall not work, nothing shall work except building collapse. And if civil system is sensible, you have taken proper care to foresee that you want a resistance for 2 hours against fire. It may work to some extent. Of course, it will reduce section of that member of column or beam, because external surfaces of those members would be impacted by fire temperatures, say of 1000 degrees Celsius or 500 degrees Celsius. That portion of external periphery of these members and slab shall not be perfect, but reduced sections shall still work until your building collapses, your structure collapses. And that duration is called allowance for fire hours. Means it can be 1 hour, it can be 2 hours, depends upon your design, what you have taken. And I'm sure within 1 to 2 hours, your firefighting team would certainly be there if it is not our country. Because in our country, you cannot expect anything. Anything can be. We don't have ladders to go to certain stories and get children out from that fire. So we are different nation. We are extraordinary, overskilled nation in destruction. I can say that, overskilled in case of destructing. We can destruct everything very comfortably, to best quality of destruction. This is, and we have to criticize it clearly. Why should we shy? If we have some deficiency, we have to discover that. Our problem is we do not openly say this is our mistake. We bring evil spirits into our mistake. We bring God in our mistake. We bring every other factor into our mistake, but we do not bring our missings, our misdeeds into our errors. That is where we fail. Because everybody wants to cover his face. Person who has to go to jail, that person leaves sites and runs away. This happens. This is very common. So we are having this coward culture in our country. I call it coward culture because we do not take responsibility and liability. There is a really coward nature of us. Ours. We are coward people. We do not have quality. We do not have standards. That's why we scare. We fear. Oh, I shall definitely, because I know I will be arrested. I run away. These factors certainly involve in our management, and that is where we have to be more serious about management. At least to that extent we can do. At least to that extent. I saw one man from our country in Abu Dhabi long back. He was promoter of our company. That person was not very educated, but he owned this company. That person always said, why you are wasting water on curing? Now, how to explain to that person? I don't like wastage of water. You are wasting water. How to explain to person, a supervisor or a foreman or very small person said, he has no such capacity to speak against what owner wants. That person cannot explain to a person who is owner of a company because he is not that much level. But that person, that owner talks to that person who is on site, maybe helper, maybe foreman, supervisor. Why you're wasting this much water? Now what that person will respond? And when, because that person cannot respond, when you say do curing, he will say okay, I do. But when you go away, he will not do. Why should I take responsibility when this owner says don't do? This happens. This is called technical interference in management. When you are not qualified, even though you are owner of that company, it doesn't matter. But you are killing yourself. You are fighting with yourself. You are not understanding what is right or what is wrong, and you are going unnecessarily interfering in job. It's not your job to interfere. You are responsible for it, and you are going to spoil this concrete because you don't understand technology. Why you are telling this to some person who is doing curing? Speak to your engineer and ask him. This, I am telling you, some people are like that. And this results in blunders. And this happened. It has happened in one of my slabs. When I was chief engineer in that project, means I was used to work in office. There was a failure of cubes on 8th slab of a building. You remember? 8th slab means on top of 8 stories in Abu Dhabi. In 96, I remember, 96 or 97, exactly, I don't remember. That site engineer poured one slab, I think it was on Thursday. Thursday, end of week there, Friday's holiday. Of course, when you pour some slab on 8th story, you have to do a lot of work. People are tired, whole day they have to work, even a whole night they have to work. And everybody gets tired. This is natural. I don't mind that. You can take rest. And when they leave site, they run away like as if they have won some red fort and reaching they are over here, we are victorious, and they forget so many things behind. Then God comes or Natur comes and it keeps here. What happened in that? They forgot to handle cubes properly. They mishandled, and that's a Friday then. Everybody, when it is concrete night, all will take rest. And they, I don't know when did they open cube and put in tank. When I was my result failed actually. This cube failed. Nobody expected. Cubes failed. You can imagine what would happen. If your concrete cube samples fail in compression test, what shall you do? What shall you do in that case? Have you ever thought of, you engineers? If your cube fails, it's a big problem. It's a big problem because it is seventh day test, and 7 day concrete has set, hardened. Cube failure is telling your concrete is not acceptable. What is your solution as a doctor? Everybody gets mad, nervous. What happened? And it was noticed because laboratory is always independent, they are third party. They never care, they don't write pass or fail, they simply say this is test result. They're not concerned by saying it's pass or fail, they have to just give you this is test result. Now you have to decide, your supervisor, consultant to decide, it's not his business. Well, what to do in that case? You cannot hide that. You have to declare that this result. There is no way you can hide it. There is a big problem on that project. 8th story failed and there's only one more to story. After that, building slab is over, structure is over. There was some big notice from supervisor and consultant. And you know what that notice is? Rejected. What would you do as another party or as a contractor? What you would do? Shall you accept that? You have to accept that. You have to accept that. There's no other way. But I did not accept that. I did not accept that. I said, no, we are not going to demolish it. He said, dismantle it. No, we are not going to dismantle it. I said, we'll test again. I talked to one material engineer. I know this was due to lack of curing. You know, it was Thursday night. Friday, everybody slept. Who will cure that on 8th slab? Nobody is there. It dried out. And even they did not use curing compound sensibly. They did not use it. Had they used curing compound, they would have done something better. 3rd day, they came forget. I think for 2 or 3 days, nobody bothered about curing. This is practicality of negligence. I talked to one engineer who was a material expert. He told me, do it one thing. Do it, cure now. Don't tell anybody. How? Because you know, there is development in chemicals. Various chemicals are added to concrete. And even if you miss some time, you do it, it accepts because of those chemical electrons. Those chemicals which are added to this organic chemical or other chemicals, inorganic chemicals, various compositions are available which can control to some extent, which can help later on also. So we tried. We cured it without telling someone for 3-4 days. And then we said, okay, we want to make another test. We will do another test. We asked this supervisor, shall you allow for us? Okay, take one more sample. From that slab, I mean to say not cube, from that slab, a core test. We conducted a core test. This did not give that result, but little better one. We continued curing. Then we tested once again on my own. It gave further better results. Then why are you taking cubes further, the cores further and further? He objected. Then disputed, no, I'm not going to accept this results. Then this disputes reached to higher authorities of municipality and those who were responsible for final approval in that state. Then we demanded load test. Municipality engineer approved. Okay, you conduct this. You have to take conditions are this and that and all that. We conducted load test on that slab. Load tests were perfect. There was no problem with that. But that did not agree, that consulting engineer, it didn't agree. No, I don't accept this. There was a dispute. Then finally it was forced onto that supervisor that you have to conduct another core test, and that core you go to site and extract yourself through laboratory and you test in your presence. Means by that time it was, I think, many months had collapsed, and we were still going on further activities. We were not stopped. We did not stop that. And it's your responsibility and this and that. If you fails, you have to demolish, you have to dismantle all further activities. We say, okay, we take care, no problem. We'll take all risk. What to do in that? Either you have to die or do, simple. Either do or die in that case. What is solution otherwise? We were lucky. This worked and this passed. Slab passed, unfortunately passed. All cores were more than required results, and same engineer who instructed to dismantle, he said, no, I approve it now. And it took many months of struggle, mental disturbance, loss of sleep and everything. You think how, if your rejected slab is there, you are not going to complete that building in contract period, and this is like a sword at your neck. This happened with me, though I was not on site. I was in office handling all projects, but somebody on site made a mistake by negliging, by ignoring curing, and that resulted in this havoc. So you can say, you can think how engineering works. So I give much attention to site activities rather than design activities, because design best one can be resulted into worst one if you don't work at site. But people take it lightly, and we in our country take very lightly. No worry for anything, no worry. That is why I am serious, I am concerned, and I do not accept what people say until you show me how it is done and how it is written. Because in that case, we have to consult American codes, we have to consult and work on British codes, we have to, because our codes did not make any use, because assessment of a strength has different code, work has different code. British codes did not tell how you finally decide strength. It did not tell. British code were there. We did not get help of British code how to accept, what is the criteria to accept strength in this case. American code suggested something, 85% of this can be accepted. So we have to coordinate like this at international level, then make a decision, and that decision everybody is bound with, even consultants are bound by, because this is code requirement. You cannot contravene that also. It's a kind of law. So we engineers must be serious in such acts. Otherwise, you are only engineer for name's sake. Sometimes you have to take risk and work, even though you at end lose it, no problem. Either you have to do it or die it. What to do? You are trapped by your own people. For supervisor, this is no serious business, but for me it is, for you it is. It's same thing like you are measuring something, your layout of building, you're doing layout of column, and some surveyor comes and he places this tape at wrong point, and there's a difference of 2 or 3 centimeters, and your centering of column is wrong. You cannot handle it. If your column is wrongly placed, wrongly located, say a 3 or 4 centimeter shift there is a column, you cannot use that column. But here you can use everything. You cannot use a column which is wrongly located. You cannot use a structural beam which is wrongly located. This happens. Unfortunately, I am that guy who suffered all this at one time or at other time. I may call myself lucky or unlucky, I don't know. But I learned from that kind of bad experience, you can say ill experience. Maybe you people are more fortunate that you have supports. But sometimes you don't get support, you have to struggle yourself. But one way it is right that in this case you have to learn as well, because you have to research on every available information, or what information you can pull as input. So I give both marks to myself in that case, negative marks as well as positive marks, because this state forced me to learn, to come in contact with those, you can say, theories or those standards or resources which I was not taught in my education. And I consider that more valuable rather than having engineering degrees. I don't respect engineering degrees if these degrees are not worked practically. There is no meaning of these degrees. If you may be postgraduate engineering degree or doctorate degree, if you do not apply that in your profession, that degree is only for your wall, not for your work. You may take it criticism or you may consider whatever compliment. You must apply your knowledge, otherwise this is no use. That is what I consider engineering as. Engineer means that convert it to work. That is engineering, not theory only, not bending moment, shear force in calculations or deflection in calculations. On site, in workshop, what you do is engineering. If fire damper fails, what is meaning of engineering? You think that engineer did not consider the design of fire angle? This man of course considered, but could not comprehend result. Means that person designed that properly but not perfectly. Same thing for electrical failure. Same thing for when elevator fails. Same thing for when these escalators fail. Means design was proper but not perfect. Not perfect means some point of consideration was missed. Some safety factor was missed. Certainly, otherwise why it should fail? That's point. When we do our civil work, shutters loosened and collapsed, not here, everywhere. At Dubai airport it happened, shutters collapsed. But news was concealed, it was not published. They try to hide everywhere because of there is a chances of reputation damage. So try to hide, but trying to hide can help you instantly, not in long run. You have to do it perfectly. What happens? Sometimes they do, oh, I do it, I have experience, it will work. And what happens? It doesn't work because overconfidence. I never depend on overconfidence either on work or even on documents. If somebody says no, it can be done this way, show me reference, my purpose for everything. Show me reference. I want to see this document, what is given on that document, or it is a statute, or it is regulation, or it is a specification, or whatever. I want to make sure first it is given there, and if it is given there, it is logical or just empirical. It can be empirical also. I cannot trust empirical. Yes, if it is scientific, if it's logical, I use it after validation. Otherwise, I cannot use this. Prove it that this is to be used. Just because you are arbitrarily saying something, no. I am going to spend resources on this. I cannot spend resources because you want me to spend. No, I would not do it. And I think that is my nature, which keeps me apart from people. Because if you mix up people, if you become yes man, you are best man. And if you have capacity to say no, you are, opposite person. They call it opponent. He's our opponent. He is rigid. He is not person who mixes with us. He cannot move in our circle. They name you like this. Let them name. Because they don't have experience. They never saw problems. They have a smooth professional life. They enjoy that. Let them enjoy that. Everybody cannot get bad luck, remember. Bad luck also come to different class of people as good luck comes to good class of people. Bad luck is always a teacher. If you have sometimes struggle in life, this means it is learning time. It is not waste time. And we are your only prosperous time. Everything is prosperous. I am living everything good. No problem to me. This means your game is going to be over. Your game is going to be over. If you have no struggle, no pain, you cannot do any better work. When you are studying in school, in colleges, you feel pain. Oh, I have to study every day. I am tired, this and that. You are tired because your capacity has not developed. But once you have developed your capacity, your potential increases. This is natural. If your potential of mind increases, your power to think increases. Your power to augment your knowledge increases. You are hungry for knowledge. You augment your power from one source or from other source. That is where life moves. But we are not doing that because we have also some limitations. I cannot deny that. Everybody has certain limitations. If there's a person who wants to have everything in life, you want to have a family, you want to have a profession, you want to have a status, you want to have money, you want to have everything. But remember, everything is not coming. It doesn't come always. It doesn't come always. Everything cannot come in. Only that thing would come to you which you can digest, other thing will not come to you. But I'm not going to that topic. My constraint is project management because I am finding here project management is missing everywhere. Everywhere. And that is a default, that is a weakness of ours. This has inducted in us lack of seriousness and lack of awareness. It may be safety, it may be quality, it may be time, or it may be cost. We are serious at no place. Because if we are not serious for time, we don't care for time. Certainly time would not care for you. If my project is for 2 years and I complete in 4 years because of whatever reason, because of what I don't say that, but cost of project would increase. And because cost has increased, I don't have budget, additional budget to digest that. So neither project will finish, nor can I deliver it, and nor can it be used and bring returns to that project. This means that project always stands in doldrum, never complete. This means that time and money has gone waste for certain period until it is finally done and return starts coming in. This means who is failure there? Can we think who is failure there? There is failure of that person who wasted time due to whatever reason, due to quality lapse, due to cost lapse, or due to whatever lapse. If you lose time, everything is going to be lost because there is enhancement of time, there is extension of time. You have to cost resources, you have to cost human resource, machine resource, and loss of investment. Incoming lost, loss and loss and loss. Confidence loss, reputation loss, that you cannot deliver project in time. I cannot blame it to engineer alone. No, I cannot blame engineer. Every other stakeholder is responsive for this. Engineer's job is not gross, engineer's job is limited. Engineer can give quality, can allow safety, can give reliability to work, but money someone has to provide, and someone has to provide what engineer demands or requisites, And if that is not done, how can it move? But if engineer also fails to work, then everything goes away. That's why in idealism world, I say engineer is reliable. Otherwise, if engineer is not reliable, project can never become accomplished. And here is what we are defective. We are defective here because we are not valued by ourselves first. Forget to be valued by others. Ourselves we are not valuing, if we value ourselves, we will do correctly. Here what happens, no problem, that we'll see tomorrow. We are not serious. And this attitude can be corrected easily. Because I am sure 95% engineers are serious, but they are not allowed to be serious. When engineer comes from university, that engineer comes to waste time with him or not to work to quality. Everybody determines to work according to requirement, but circumstances force that person not to work accordingly to meet requirement of that employer or to that contractor, because political connections play a role there. And where, because engineer is not absolute in power, he is rendered helpless. In that case, when every time it happens, that person also surrenders. Why should I unnecessarily increase my blood pressure? So that person compromises at end, because that person has not much power in hands. So it's not that fault also. But technically, leave cost aside, technically or quality wise, one can stand. If you stand at that point also, something can be improved. But there too we fail. That I don't like. If you fail in quality system or in safety system, that is not acceptable. Okay, time you don't have in your hands, money is not in your hands, but can someone stop you from achieving quality? No one can say don't achieve quality, because you are not going to save anything there. You are not going to save it. Your design should be quality one. It starts from designing itself. If your design is not given quality angle, only strength angle is given, then design is incomplete. For example, I give you storm water drain. I am not saying this is fault of site guy. No, it's not his fault. It's not his design. He is just implementing design by some other person. That person could be architect or could be engineer both. Why did that person miss it in first place? Why did that person not propose precasting of these boxes, or at least U shape, if not whole shape? That could be done, because in factory quality could be controlled and production could be enhanced, upgraded. But who would do that? No, nobody did, because they are not experts. I do not consider that company would be expert. It may be international company, it doesn't make a difference. But without expertise, all international companies get expertise. This is not mandatory. There can be big companies who know nothing. They are big companies. Actually, people are in business and they come in this country, in this business profession. That's a problem. People who have money, who are doing business and trading, they try to enter this professional field, and where problem starts. In a person who knows nothing of engineering, ABC, doesn't know, and he takes responsibility of this project, there starts problem. There starts problem. Only, no other way. You are doing business, you are doing commerce, better stay there. But because of your money power, you are getting this work and you're spoiling profession indirectly, because you think they are also for profit, not for quality. For you, profit is destination, nothing else. Your object is to make money only, and their problem lies in here. No one says you have experience or no experience. If you have political power, you have some other power, you get job. It doesn't happen everywhere. Remember, it doesn't happen everywhere. Pre-qualification consideration is a must. Your technical capability evidence is a must, or get out. Simple. No shortlisting. You may be engineer, you may be architect, you may be company, contractor, whatever you are. If your competence lacks, we don't need you. This is international requirement. But we are universal people. Not only international, we are universal. We are great. We can accept every plus and minus, no problem. And that's why we fail. So it is not only engineers' problem, it is problem of society. It is problem of society. The society should look into this deficiency to reinstate it, to replenish it to its required standard. Okay, you don't understand in international standards, forget that. At least your own standards comply with. Your own standards also demand quality. They don't say don't do quality. Something else, we don't read that. Because we are not used to reading. This is our culture. We only used to hear. We don't read this. If you read, 50% of your problems are over. Simply. I'm not talking of engineering in this case, but for example, currently what's happening? Just to go to constitutionally, just for 2-3 minutes. What's happening now? Revolution is going on here, political revolution, CAA, NRC, etc. going on. You know reason for that? Reason is no clarification to anybody. From top to bottom, there is something, some atom is there in that which has sparked everything, but nobody tries to understand that. That is reason everything is moving in the wrong direction. You're getting my point? We have a constitution in this country which demands something and which gives you something. And you have to work accordingly. You can work accordingly only when you know that. Just like I said, specifications, codes. If we know that, if we read them, only then we can understand. Just like it happened with me, slab failure. I did not know before that how it can happen. But we were forced to research into ACI and British code when it was on our heads, not before that. When we were diving in, we were dripping into water to die. Only that time we tried to know what is required. So that's too late. Same here. We do not read any document. This is not in our culture. Even though you are a doctoral education person, you are engineer, you are professor, you do not read document. Professors read only those documents which help them teach class, not more than that. We have kept ourselves limited to our university program that we were taught. After that, we close book and either throw them to garbage or keep them in almirah and never open them. This is our basic culture. We have not changed, in spite that we are educated, we are well informed people, but I think hardly 0.5% people do it, 99% people don't do it. And this is where fault lies. Even after being in profession, we don't do it. Only when there's a problem, we reach to them if somebody tells us. You can find this answer there. And that is where all our specifications, all our codes are old and no use, because we never conduct research. Never. And if there is research, we don't go through that note, research note. And if there is any problem, we solve it. We never record that as lesson we learned practically. There is no lesson learning record anywhere here, and we do not know anything about that. So that is our problem. And we have to win over this problem. If we cannot win over this problem, we cannot improve. If you are not getting this point, I cannot help it. Coming generations have to change their attitude, because those generations like me are expired already. We have no future, but we can share whatever we learned, whatever we earned in field in form of information. That only we can do. We can share with society. Otherwise, we will take with you without any meaning. So share is also important. If I earn something wrong or right, it would also teach someone. If it teaches right, if it doesn't, it's no problem. At least I will not say that I did not share with anyone, because there was no one to tell us all this. No one in those days. Nobody told us what you do on site, how you do work in engineering. Okay, this is your certificate. You have this degree, this diploma. Go and enjoy your life. Get some job and do it. And on job, you know who are working there. Nobody would teach you anything. You have to learn yourself. When you are beaten up, when you go to site, you're new guy. You know nothing. You started bending over and sheer force and combined and all that. But here, who bothers? Who bothers all your knowledge? Because you have not to use your knowledge. Drawings are there, designs are yours, implement. And who do designs, they also don't have that knowledge. They just sometimes copy, paste and do it. They themselves are not sure. And now also we have medium, we have social websites and all that. And what questions these gentlemen, new, fresh and experiences raise there, I'm surprised. You are always asking others. You're not trying to yourself first instant. At least try yourself. No. Research yourself first. And if you don't find, then you can ask others. You can request others. But you just want, what done by others and use it. Please give me this file, this Excel file, that Excel file. This, if you're done, give me that. You want to depend upon others for your work. Shame unto you then. You're not an engineer in that case. Your IAS officer just shift this file, do and that, because there's no original work there. You are a manager only. You work done by others and you use it and comment and okay, this is done, I've done it. Engineer has to do his job itself. You cannot use job done by others as far as right is concerned. Use your mind, try once, twice, and if you fail, then you can refer to others. But not in beginning, okay, this means you know nothing. You don't understand engineering. You don't understand engineering science, and you have no fundamental knowledge. That's why you demand all-time others. You are demanding because information is available. In my time, there was nothing available. Did we not work? We did better designs than these computers can do. Believe me. We did manual calculations of bending moment, resistance, or deflections on this and that. And what upon? You are showing many big packages of design. This is stress analysis, this is that analysis, and bar charts, and this all that you're showing, but practically nothing is done inside. You don't understand what you're done. Only calculation, pages and pages and pages and pages. For whom? For your satisfaction. That can be done by ordinary calculations also. Only requirements fundamental clarification that we are missing. We are missing in designs as well as on work. Both we are missing. Both we are missing. While we have educated people, very highly qualified people, but what are results? We have no written mechanism either in design or in work. No written mechanism, what you should do, what you should not do, how you should do, how you should not do, means like do's and don'ts, which you have to devise. You have to devise for successful operations. And if you want to learn something and you want to teach someone, that you have to do. But we do not do that. How many of you people believe in method statements before doing some job? I am sure none of you. You just start something and stop at some point because you are trapped in. Then you need some support there to move further. This is not physical professional work. You must know from beginning where you have to start and where you have to end and how to move on this path successfully. That is basic requirement. That is engineering requirement. Full scale description before you move further. What is your planning? What sort of material you are going to use? What strength and class categories of employees or workers or strength of staff you need? What sort of machines or what time you need? And what is criteria of construction, quality, safety, and inspections and everything? Until you plan that for every considerable and major activity, you cannot complete that. Forget it. Means you cannot complete that means you miss safety and quality requirement, and that is where work is defective. So you have to use your comprehensive power before jumping onto something. You must have patience and planning power. Only then you can deliver quality product. Otherwise, you cannot deliver. Quality is not only for product, only in your approach of working. Your approach should be quality approach. You must be clear what you are going to do, and designer also must be clear what he is going to do. It's not simple application of design, it is philosophy of design that is required. This philosophy of design is very important prior to do designing. Means designer and architecture are together. If they move, they can achieve something. If architecture is missed and structure is not accepting architecture, or architecture is not accepting structure, and these both combined are not accepting what services require, then this is completely a problem. This is called allied combination of works. We have to be an alliance in disciplines. That is more important than just jumping onto my discipline, your discipline is my first and your first. No, that's not integrated approach. If you want to save building from fire, if you want to save building from collapse, if you want to save structure from other some other attack, you have to move in an integrated approach. Just like we do integrated planning, not each building planning. That system which has come for many decades now called complexes or self-contained complexes or integrated plans, means which have combined use of services backup, all facilities backup, not isolation support, but integrated support, combined support, common support. That way we need to adopt. This we have not adopted yet. Not yet. There is long gap. There's a long gap of understanding and misunderstanding. Everybody is confined to his own world. I am a structural engineer. I am concerned with structure. And I am architect. I am concerned with architect. You do your building to my choice. Or I am this services engineer. I am not related to your work. And planner guy says, oh, my job is different. I just plan to bar chart, you follow this. If that system moves like this, it does not work. If a quality guy who examines your work, who inspects your work says, no, I don't know how you improve it, how to correct, this is my observation, I write on to you, take care of this. If that is independent approach, you cannot move. How can you move in unity? Unity approach is required. But it's not just. I don't like such people. I am quality guy. My job is only to check it. I'm checking it. This is not correct, and that's all I reject it. That person should not tell what is not correct and how it can be corrected. There may be some minor thing which can be explained, but no, it's your job, you do it. Why should I tell you? That approach is useless. That approach is blunt, means you are not happy to move this project. Yes, you are a quality person. You also have an objective for this project, and this project is complete, of course, with quality, but you have to support. You have authority, independent authority, we agree. But this doesn't mean that you cannot suggest something if it can be suggested. It happens. And really, it is sometimes very annoying sometimes, because it delays project. Such approach. If safety guy comes, this is not safe, stop work. It happens. I stop work. Okay, stop work. Your objective is to stop work or to let work run. What is your objective? My objective is to ensure that safety is done. Okay, you tell that person what to do, finish. And if that person does not do it, you take 3 or 4 workers, let them do it. After all, their own project. Maybe that guy is very busy. That guy is in construction. He has hundreds of activities. You are just coming as police. Hey, do this. Stop this. Is this only your job? We have to rethink. Safety means doesn't police you are. You are also on this project. And quality also doesn't mean you are police. You are also in this project. You have to help each other. If you are a quality person, you should have more solutions than having a site engineering person. You should have more solutions than foreman has got. You tell him do like this. If that person doesn't do, then you can say stop work or I don't approve. But you have to help him. You cannot say this is an job, I don't tell you. You cannot say that. And that is the reason IS 9001 2015 has come, because of certain lacuna in this practical system. Safety guy, I am king, quality guy. I mean, under force is that guy who's working all time on site. You are just sitting in office, coming for minutes and inspecting and sign off your inspection list. Is only that your job? When you have to write method statements and you have to write safety plans and you have to write quality plan, you come to project engineer. Tell me how you, then why you're coming to project? You write yourself. Why do you come to project engineer or manager at that time when you don't find your complete information and you seek information from that professional? You write yourself if you know it. No, that time you can come. You please help me, I want to write this. If you can come that time to seek help, you also can help people. Please do it this way, or just say do it this way. Both are correct. And if then that person doesn't do, you can complain. But this doesn't happen. This is shortcoming of professionals. You are a professional. Maybe that person misses something on site, is layman. You are misclear. I will issue NCR. I will not approve this. Okay, issue NCR if you are happy to issue NCR. Why you are telling me? If you are interested in issuing NCR, issue NCR, no problem to me. But at least don't forget, this is goal for everyone. Project delivery is for you also equally important as it is to me. But because you are in quality, you think you are separate. You may be one third party. You can also suggest. Even if third party is there, that party writes something, it is duty of third party, nobody listens, they have to suggest and report itself. It should happen like this or do it this way. If you do not write that, your report is incomplete. Suggestion can be done by everybody. I'm not saying you should order, you cannot issue order because you are not on that side, you are independent party. But if you are quality internal, then you are not external quality or internal quality. You are a part of that management. Of course, you have your own authority, but that authority doesn't mean you can distance from your project. Small example. There was one waste slab with landing in some building. In stairs, heavy steel is used on landings and waste connections when it's long span. There's some problem in concrete placement. I mean, there's a concrete cover or placer. At one location, that plastic cover was not able to be fixed properly due to heavy diameter of steel. They tried, quality was there. I don't accept this. Then that man called me, the quality guy met me. There's some problem, come to site. Okay, I come. What's problem? See, this cover. It's not taken to support this work properly. I saw that. So, how to solve it? I'm not accepting this. Okay, don't accept. What do you want? Well, just put another cover. If there's one cover, let it be two cover, three cover. What's the problem with that? This is very big problem. Means if one cover is not able to support, use another cover. Simple. Is it engineering job? If that sort of people are there, this means you do not know solution. If you do not solution, you have no right to be called quality engineer, quality inspector. If you are doing something, you should know alternative solution of that. Rather than coming to me, wasting your time, you should simply have told this person, do this. Simple. He would have done this. Would he refuse? He cannot refuse. Means you are unnecessary thinking. You consider yourself in isolation. So my job is to tell you, do yourself, solve yourself. That is not how practical management works. This is your impotency that you are expressing. And as I said, even you are external, I am third party. It doesn't mean I cannot help others. It doesn't mean that. If others seek my support, I will suggest there is no harm in that. And that is the reason that basics of ISO 9000 2015 have changed. Previously, it was okay, quality person is responsible, quality manager responsible. MD doesn't take any responsibility, chief doesn't take any responsibility, because why should I involve myself? No, it's changed. Okay, all are responsible, finish. Because this problem might have reached them from everywhere. Now say no, even top person is responsible for that. You cannot keep off. So what did you get? You just added to your responsibility by doing such misdeeds on sites. You did it, and your capacity has been reduced. Now quality engineer is not considered representing. That top person is responsible who never comes to site. So where are you standing now? I don't understand people. These young people who know nothing, they become inspectors. Who never did on site any work, they become inspectors. Who never writes anything about statements, who never goes through specifications rightly, who do not understand anything, they become quality inspectors or engineers. I don't know how they are selected, I don't understand. Who interviews them? Yeah, I have program, I passed that ISO program, I passed that program, and I am certified. That person certified you, not profession. But you are not doing something to profession. You think where this stormwater drain is working, there is no quality guy? You think so? Everywhere they are employed. They are employed for formality, just to show that we have these people. When site engineer is not there, you expect quality guy there. Both are taking tea in the office, enjoying, talking on mobile to their wives or their girlfriends, and enjoying life. Who bothers about work? No, let it go on. Ultimately, it will be covered. It will be embedded in the ground. Who's going to see that? That's right. It is going to be concealed in the ground. You will put soil on that, and nobody can even see the top surface of that chamber, of that box. and nobody will raise questions to you. But don't forget, there are people who can see, who can report, and then you remove that report from your website, your Facebook. That only you can do. Only that act you can do. You remove this from your Facebook. Not more than that. Because your face is black. Your mind is black. Your word, your heart is black. You are black mark on this nation. You are black mark. Just like politicians are black mark. You are supporting black politicians in this country by doing such acts. You are wasting public money and saying we have developed. You do pavement, after 3 months that settle, that cracks, concrete cracks. Who shall accept this? In few months your pavement settles, it cracks. And you are saying we have used German technology? Which German technology you have used? Which fiber concrete you have used? Which polypropylene you have used? You have used advanced technology which cracks in 3 months. Which methodology is this? Is heaven engineering? Which engineering is this? I feel ashamed with such people. Just a display of power. No engineer is on supervision. You think there are no engineers in departments? There are engineers. But they are not for work. They are for enjoying life. I don't know what they are doing. They are only for making valuation and bills. I see many times people are measuring how many lengths, how many meter of length work is done, so that maybe their unit is length and they multiply and pay them. Payment is very efficient activity. It should not be delayed. Work can be delayed. Quality can be rubbish, no problem. It would work. Maybe we get our commissions, certainly. I think that's a proven fact. No need hide it. Why they are so efficient in measurement? Because they may get some benefit out of that. They're not interested in cement. They are not interested in cubes. They are not interested in slum. I have never seen anything as such being conducted here. So what should I do? I can only get angry and that's all. I'm not getting angry. Not at all. I am just trying to tell community, tell public, tell whole world, this is how we are working. They should not have bad knowledge about it. They should have facts about how our people work. Because this is our country, we have to change it. We have not to hide anything. Those who hide, they always suffer. Let us be insulted. Let our engineers get bad name. They cannot improve otherwise. They cannot improve otherwise. This is for sure. This engineer has no eyes. This engineer cannot see steel is rusted. This bloody engineer cannot understand that. What sort of engineer you are? You cannot go to site and see all rusted steel is being used. This is quality of engineering. Forget you brought bent bar, what bar, rust you are accepting in concrete. And you're happy with that? For whom? For what? It's a cancer in concrete you're causing and you're paying for that. I don't understand. What is this engineering? Is this engineering or what? It is slaughter? Slaughter of nation. It's not here, it's done everywhere. Millions of tons of steel are used. And even in metro, it's called international project. Big buildings called international projects. These are international projects. I never saw rusted steel being used in international projects. Why don't you do that? Who is stopping you? Is Constitution stopping you? Who is stopping you? You are yourself not serious. That is only a reason. What is solution then? Maturity, you have maturity, earn that maturity, earn confidence, read documents, earn them, find them solution. Only then you can do. You are not used to that. I am finding only this problem, absence of documents knowledge. And you go, oh, this is document, leave it, don't talk of document, we'll do. We are practical, I am practical, I know everything. I am practical. You know, those people who don't know, I am practical. I go to site and tell him how many stereos, how many rings you have, and he will do that. Those people who cannot form documents, who cannot write, they talk like that, not all. Those who can deliver, they don't speak, they just make sketches and write what you have to do and send it. Do it, explain, do like this. There are people, I'm not saying all are that, but few, only few. Only few people in private sector. In government, I don't consider government as engineers because there are no engineers. They are just for namesake engineers. They do not know engineering, they don't know ABC of engineering. But for those who are working in contracting sector, in companies, in those so-called multinationals, are you multinational only because you have many nationalities working with you, or multinational attitude is there? That is one point. I don't know why I'm telling you all this, because I have been to some exposure. Only that is the reason, otherwise there's no reason why I should talk to you like this, because I am feeling that. I really am telling you, before 40 years, it was different situation. I don't know what happened in this period. Everything has come down curve. People were serious. Though there was not much RCC, brick was there. People used to take care to some extent. But now everything has gone reverse. Okay, job is a problem. I know you don't get jobs. I'm not saying you're getting jobs. But those who are in jobs, are they taking care? They're also not taking care. Means you have to come to certain point to decide, to determine what is your future approach. If you come after passing engineering, okay, I go to MBA, okay, go, bye-bye, thank you very much. We don't need you. Go, it's your choice, it's your world. You want to use engineering world, or you want to work in engineering, or you want to do management, it's your choice. Then don't call yourself engineer. If you are going to work in management, okay, you are not engineer, finish. But you are calling yourself engineer also. You are not engineers, you are lying to public. You are lying to public. You are not a professional, because MBA is never called a professional. He is not doing anything. If he is doing something for honor, making money, arranging funds, okay, that is not engineering job. That is your job, do it. You are a businessman, finish, get lost. But engineering is something else. It is of course not money making, but it is nation making. As I usually say, engineer converts a desert, a forest, a jungle into a city. Engineer can convert a hell into heaven. So we have that status. It's not legal status, that doesn't matter, but it is natural status. Everybody has to depend upon you, irrespective of they want or they don't want. They have to depend upon you. They can copy your work, but they cannot innovate your work. They can see your building and construct another building, but they cannot depend on foundation. They cannot know what foundation you did, why you did. They cannot do that. They can, of course, superstructure, your planning, everything they can copy, but they cannot copy your mind. They cannot copy your basics. They can copy only this, nothing else. That is where we stand perfect. They have to come to you one day, and they come to. It happens with me, many architects, means my friends, who never come to me in past, but once they trapped in, they come. One of my architects long back, he never used to talk to me about work, about this but once he was extending one building of a temple. He said, I am extending a building. I did excavate and was doing concrete, but I don't know how to do it. Contractor said what to do. I did not do. He came to me. This is my problem. Can you help me? Okay, what's the problem? Yes, I will help you. This I am doing this way. I cannot tell you like this. I have to see site first. No, no, no. You tell me with just contractors excavating and doing work in policy. Why are you coming to me? If you have excavated, you are working in foundation. He is waiting for reinforcement bar. He doesn't know what to do further. I am able to tell him what to do. So just give me some idea. See, I'm not selling idea. And I'm not interested in talking to you about idea. If personally you talk something else. If you're professionally talking to me, you have to talk professionally. I went to him. I saw that they were doing havoc. It was a requirement of combined footing. They could not understand. I told them, give me 4-5 days. Before then, don't ask me. No, no, give me in 4-5 hours. Oh, shut up. Give me 4-5 hours. What do you think? No, thumb rules. No thumb rule, no finger rule. There is a mechanism, there is a design. I will calculate it and only then I give you, because in those days there was no computer, nothing. You have to do everything manually. No, I can do. Okay, go. Sir, I am not helping you. Okay, I give you 2-3 days. Well, I considered, I calculated, and I said, if you do like this, otherwise I don't give you. You have to do this detail as I am telling you. 5 leg rings and 8 leg rings and this combined footing, that. I knew he never would understand, but he did that way. These people think everything's on your palms. Rome is built in one day. They think like this because they are in imaginary world. They are architects. They are all imagination. Oh, what is engineer's job? Something. Oh, I am responsible because I am giving idea and he is doing according to my idea. They think that way. Well, I respect that profession. It is profession, and my profession, my profession. But you do not think you are higher and I am lower. There's no higher lower. It's job. We are all working for public. We are working for project. How can you claim that you are different? No one is different. Everybody's goal is this public service. This project should be delivered as perfect as possible. That is where goal lies. But we do not think that way. They have different opinions. They want to force their idea on you. And you don't want to receive that because you think structurally, you think forces, you think this, you think that, and they least bother about that. Their ideas are different. But I think this is professional problem. They are not educated that way. We are not educated their way. They are not educated our way. What to do? It's different boat. We have to handle. If you don't want to do, okay, don't come to me. Finish. You do your way. But I'm not talking about architects. I'm talking about our problems, internal problems, is structural civil engineering problems. We are ourselves involved in this. Architect cannot go beyond something. There's a datum line. Architect cannot cross that. There was an architect who came to one site long back in constructing that, and he wrote something about concrete covers. This cover is not right. He, in official record, he wrote this British architect, and he was fired next day. Why did you interfere in structural work? This is not your domain. Who asked you to write this? He apologized. Then, okay, I will not write this. But this happens. Why should we work like that? You have your domain, but our silver lining is not defined. We have to define our lining on every project because we are interdisciplinary managers. We are interdisciplinary engineers. Civil engineer is not in isolation, never in isolation. You have to talk to all. Even if you are in designs, you have to talk to all. You have to talk to architect, to services engineers, to other engineers, to vendors, those who supply material. Because your design is sometimes restricted to use of material. You have to talk to lift people. You have to talk to mechanical, other people. You have to talk to those who are related to your, in whatever way. If you are working in some plants or some other project, you have to You are subject to explosion and fire, all that. So you have to be very serious. Your limitation, your delineation does not exist. You can overlap on others, encroach on others without any problem, and they have to submit to you for that. This is difference of architectural engineering, because you are implementing something. If there's a deficiency in other discipline, you have to cover that deficiency also. If some duct is passing through ceiling, hung on slab, and that duct does not allow, you don't allow through structure, then that duct size has to change. There are so many clashes. Clash with ceiling and slab, clash with services, piping services, oxygen, medical gas services, other services. There are so many inputs that we have to deal with. After all, everybody has to hang on us. All services are either floor mounted or ceiling mounted or wall mounted. They have to hang on you. You cannot hang a structure on their work. You cannot hang structure on architectural work or on service work. They have to use you. So you are center. You are concentration. You are, everybody has to converge on you. You have to diverse to every place. This is difference. In structures, particularly in buildings, not in roads I'm talking, not in water resources. In building construction, there lies a lot of complications that we import everybody there, and they are supposed to come, and they do come, and where coordination starts, where interface is involved. It's not liaison, it is coordination, it's technical methods. It is, you can say, interface for compatibility. One system, other system, this system, that system, everything plays its role, and where we should be serious enough. Otherwise, we are no way there, no way at all. We have to be careful about our method. Just limiting yourself to see, no, I limit to my profession, you would become failure, because your profession expands, it does not contract. You can rise in your profession by coordination, by interdisciplinary management, and that comes into play when you write your methods, how you are going to do this work. That is where your experience helps you. I know a budding engineer is not exposed to such a period, but you have to teach, if you are senior, to those budding engineers, those fresh engineers, and also those pragmatic engineers. It is your job to teach them, and you can teach them only when you write something, because by tongue you cannot communicate everything. You have to produce something in document form, and that is where method statement plays its roles. And that is what I like, that our codes must force a written document to do every activity before it is done. It should be made mandatory. Those people sitting on those research tables of this amendment of codes, I think they don't have this concept in mind. They should earn themselves this concept and use it, because they are experienced people. They are not young. They are very experienced people. And there is no need to advise them like this, because they should understand themselves. They should force public to use documents for everything. Just like courts demand evidence. Our judicial courts, what they demand? Evidence, product this evidence, product document, product this, product that. They demand that or no? That way we have to do it. Or else there is no meaning of any quality. We have to force quality. You cannot say no. You have to force quality. Otherwise, nobody would follow here, because we are free mind people. We are sleeping people. We are not seriously born. We ignore every seriousness. And there I am concerned. Why we are not serious? What is the problem for our being serious? That is my point of view. And if you want to be engineer, and particularly in construction line, in construction profession, which is very hard. If you think from practical viewpoint, it's very hard profession. It requires your physical stamina, it requires your intelligent value, it requires the knowledge and your experience and theory. Every aspect it requires. And theory which you learned in university, not that only. Theory from field, theory from manufactural data, theory from some other data, and knowledge from our people who have skilled hands. All input we need, and it doesn't come in one day. Certainly it takes time, it takes many years to know all that. And by that time we learn, we have to then write everything what we learn. So engineer job is not that easy as we understand, as we comprehend. Oh no, he's engineer. What is engineer? Nothing. We consider like that. Because we are not valuing our job ourselves, others do not value. Just tell me what is specific in IS job? What is specialty there? Nothing. But they are valued not because of they know something, because they have power. That's all. Because they are having power, they are considered big. You don't have power, you are not considered. But your power is what? Your power is technology. Your power is quality and safety. Your power is your production. Sometimes your work speaks and sometimes your status speaks. Nobody values work of IAS. Nobody values work of an MBA. But work of engineer speaks, even though there is no presence of that engineer. Your work will stay there for 50 years, 100 years. Would say this work is bad or this work is good. But it doesn't happen with others. Yes, if there is a failure, you will be given bad name, certainly. Oh, bridge collapse, engineer had taken. Well, the engineer was corrupt. Or they would say some other past some comments. They would say that their politics will not take any responsibility. IS will not take any responsibility. Nobody will take any responsibility. Only bad name will be passed. Oh, go and find that engineer, arrest him. This happens. Or contractor arrest him. And then investigation happens. It takes how many months, God knows. And report never comes. So here we have to protect our image. We have to protect our culture. And we have to do job according to requirement, and which is very difficult combination, and that is what reliability wants. I got this information of reliability from one Eurocode, and which writes as reliability is equal to safety plus serviceability and plus durability. These three factors are very complicated. It's not safety that we are demanding safety on site, it is safety of structure. It is serviceability of structure. It is durability of structural material. These are minimum requirement, and you can expand it to any requirement. If you are so capable, you can add value to that project. You can add whatever you want to that project. It is in your hands. It is not hands of others. You can strengthen your status by adding value. You can add your power. You can add your technology, or you can add whatever client gets in. What they want project to be completed time or before time. It should give better strength. It should give better service, or it should give quality. It should give attraction. Everybody demands that free of cost. And if you can give that, it's in your hands. But for that you have to think. You can say, okay, I am giving you additional method, or I want replacement of this material. I can get you better material if you use this, or I change this design to some extent that you get better use of this. There are so many ways that your mind can be used. You can do that. You may work in estimation, you may work in bidding, or you may work in design. You can do whatever you plan to do, subject to it is approved, and that's all. And once you attempt that, you will come into different class of professional, innovative class of professional, not just a follower professional. Means you can propose something, you are a different person, you are a thinker, you are a revolutionary, you can do something different, and then they start coming to you for advice, for a consultancy. And that is really consultancy. Everything which you can do is not consultancy. Oh, this man can do, this person can. So this is not consultancy. This is convention. Consultancy means where something is achieved. That is consultancy. Achieves more than expected. That is consultancy. If it's done everybody, then it's not consultancy. We submit a bid. We say everybody can quantify. Everybody can know specification. Everybody can calculate and can multiply by units and can find this is my cost. This, there are 4%. They will reach that cost. So you, what is specialty among you or in you that I should give you this project? Nothing. Tell me what additional work you can do for me or which can benefit for me. You can say I can save time, or I can give different material, or I can give different technology, or I can help on this project which no one of this can help you. And that is what value is called. It's called value engineering. Just giving additional technology, additional power, or some other kind of saving is called value addition. That is where value engineering is applied. It's not a standard definition. It varies from one place to another place. For example, somebody wants to complete cast institute structure, all stories, and says, no, no, I will not do cast institute. I'll do half cast institute. I'll half precast, and I can save time by that because I have my yard and I can use that yard for precasting or pre-stressing, and I can deliver better quality and better time. Okay, fine, that can be accepted. So you can have better control on that. Certainly, you can also use OPC in that or combination of others. You can do autoclaving on that. You can do steam cleaning on that, which can save time. And quality is finished, and compression is evaporation is press. Compaction by press. So its way means you have to change. You have to think, and that is what engineering education helps. To think and think and think and not to follow all time. Yes, you follow, but you think, then find additional follow-up. Means specifications are generated because of this, because of some experiences. People have got experiences, they are generating something, they are writing, they are using that empirically, and okay, fine, it's fine, use this. So these are their experts. So you are expert of your work. You can even suggest to designer, please alter this. This is not working fine. We want different way. Designer has to change that. There was a villa to be constructed in Abu Dhabi. It's not very big villa, 2.5 stories something. And this came to me, and I just, why just 10-ton bearing capacity is given? It is some sandy soil or rocky soil. 10-ton per square meter safe bearing capacity is given, and this is only 2 or 3 story building, and he had used piling in that. I was surprised. You are going to piling when 10-ton bearing capacity is already there, and it's only 2 story or 2.5 story villa. I wrote to that designer, it's a Bangladeshi guy. My answer, no, this is a standard here, piling, you have to use, there's no other way. This is bylaw of Abu Dhabi. Get lost with this bylaw. There is no such bylaw in the world. Why Abu Dhabi can this bylaw? Send this. He went to that consultant and he changed this sign. He removed piling. He proposed strap footing all the way. Fine, no problem. But he charged 5,000 for that. Okay, charge. You are saving for piling. You are saving time in that. Why should I pile when my combined footing or strap footing or strip footing, whatever is there, is what? Am I fool to go for that? Means people sometimes just speak for that person was actually not an engineer. I cannot blame that person also. That was, he thought that yes, piling is a mandatory in Abu Dhabi. Why it should be mandatory? Is Abu Dhabi having different engineering principles? No. We are thinking that way. Means we hesitate to propose something. We only hesitate. We don't go to documents. Means if there's something, you go to documents. Very difficult. Why should I go filing? I'm full. Means everybody say you're full if you go filing. Well, it happens. Just give an example. Means you should have courage to speak. Sometimes a person who says no is a better person who always says yes, because who says yes means he has no potential in that. That's why yes, 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 I do. That person can never be called a professional, because you are not doing professional, you are doing just yes service. That's it. Person who says no can give you alternative arrangement, and that person is innovative one, researcher. That person who says capacity for no. How many of you accept this power of no, power to negativate and do it? Not negativate only, do it by your way. Create your no to others yes. That is profession. If follow up, everybody follows up. Then you cannot lead if you have to follow only. Leadership is achieved. Follow up is not achieved. Follow up is done. If you can lead, lead. Do not follow. Follow specifications, follow codes, follow design methods. I'm not saying don't follow that, but also conduct work to think there. Research there. Maybe not necessarily that codes are right, not necessarily specifications are right. These can also be changed and are changed and are changed. That is what is called red line management. Red lines are applied to specifications also. It's not simply on drawings that there's some changes. We redraw this drawing and write a record like this. Red line leads to as-built drawings, record drawings. So change exists everywhere. Now I think it's too long. I have to close it now. Already maybe everybody is waiting. Why should I wait 12 to 3 minutes only? Now my purpose of this talk, actually I wanted to continue ISO 9000 2001 for supervision purpose, because a part of that was only discussed and remaining was I don't know. I just think I thought to speak something which should be aggressive in nature, because yesterday I talked to many people regards something other than this thing, but I was very upset with people are still sleeping despite our country is going to hell in every way. Economically, if you see, socially, you see, politically, you see, it's going to be drowned one day if it continues. And if we are not opening our eyes now, we can never open our eyes in future. And that way, it's engineering also that is a part of this country, and engineering is a responsible part of this country. And if engineers keep sleeping, I think whole nation shall sleep. And engineers job is priority job. We have to be careful about this, and if we don't do this, I don't think we are going to do something. And because of this thought, I wanted to elaborate something. I had so many other materials also discussed, so that part I will take tomorrow. Then there's a design part of that, and there's some quality items are there I want to discuss with you in coming days, because so much metal is lying which could not be shared by people. Let it be shared, because quality is very burning issue and safety is very burning issue, and so all this must be shared with people. And if people get use of that, that's fine. Otherwise, learning is not bad. I also learn from many sources. You also learning from some sources, and it's interaction and sharing of knowledge with each other that should be shared without any personal interest or financial interest. It should move. Means I'm not giving you something and you're not giving me something. It's only interaction. It's only exchange of knowledge, and because of medium. Just imagine there's no such medium, we can't use this. We have to write, publisher, don't publish. If I write something, technical methods, all that, go to publisher, oh no, this is not viable, students will not buy it, and there's no other market, why should I publish you? This I have experience. I have published some, no. This is not viable. Only those books which professors write, those they're right. Means students will purchase only professors. Why should student read my books? My book is not according to program. My book is not according to syllabus. It is according to experience, according to my personal level. My personal level has got no meaning for student, because students' target is passing. That's all. Is not the target. And professionals do not write because nobody accepts that. The problem is there is some deficiency, there's a lapse in development of engineering experience, and this medium, Facebook or other medium, are giving opportunity to use it. You cannot make 4 hours or 3 hours video at your home and you cannot upload that. But live relay is helping this. So I thought to use it for this purpose rather than writing my birthday party, my children party, my marriage, undue scenes for nothing, which give no help to others. So I just try to use this for benefit of people, and I think it would do, it must do. And if it does not work, people are not interested, no problem. It's up to public. I cannot force someone. And if you are joining, fine. I feel little encouraged. Okay, someone is there to listen, or if not during live duration, after that they can go through that. But it needs some time, incorporation, everything. And with this, I think I should close it now. It's already too late. Thank you, your guide, and that's all. Close it.